Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. That's just a whole, that even the throat clearing is like it's part of the intro, baby. It's just part of what we do around here. I like, it's a clever intro. You gotta say your branding frequently. And, twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. I'm the Ronin Pawn on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. Your only Ronin Pawn source for twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live streams on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. It's pretty good. It's like I know what I'm doing. I don't, but it's like that anyway. Hello, everybody. Look at all of you. Just flooding in at the beginning of the live. Look at everybody here. Just check chat. Alright, we don't have that anymore. Welcome to day 13 of simulating a supermarket. I am beat, man. I am beat. This 3D blenderific course, this course of blendery. Let me just, I'm kind of curious. Last time, you guys can't see in this scene, this OBS scene, you guys can't see the stuff that I pull up anymore for some reason. You can't see the images that I pull up, which is weird. It's certainly not supposed to be there. So let's do some, let's fix some stuff live on stream. Why not, do the prep work for the stream live on stream. All the big pros, they're never ready for what the fuck they're doing. And that's the truth, too. On this platform, the people who have thousands of people watching them, totally fucking, unprofessional. Just show up, click a button, and then we spend 15 minutes as they just sit there kind of getting themselves situated and that kind of... Nobody's ready to perform. Nobody shows up to the show in fucking makeup with the lighting and ready to go on this platform. Except for... so I'm going to join the cast and crew of the important people here and just figure out why doesn't that work? If I go over to top, baby, it's got the Thor browser in it. You can't see nothing. Neither can I. In alerts, however, it's Twitch alerts and ice cream. Okay. Why is it that we can see it when we're in the game window? It's just there. It's its own layer. Okay, it's not embedded into any other layer. It's just there. That's unusual for how I set things up typically. I must have taken it all apart and put it back together. So yeah, now you can see the... Hang on, let me just get back over to my very real desktop here. And then I bring this in, and I put you under alerts, but above the cursor because I get a real cursor when I'm in this window. And this is the 3D work. I wasn't trying to show you that. If I were trying to show you this, I would have started from where we started, which was first I did some Dobby, right? I did a little bit of sculpting, and I started working on this is we're making modular assets that you assemble everything else from. So all of the wood beams that are in here are these 3 wood beams, and then the walls, it's all everything's reused. So you texture certain things, and then you assemble everything from that, and then you make your houses and your bay windows and all of it, and then you carve up sculpt some stones. And then just one stone, this stone is this stone is this stone, just flipped, rotated, turned around, all kinds of stuff. And then you drop some trees in there to soften up the image. And then maybe you decide it's going to be a night scene, right? And you really like that silhouette there. And you're like, okay, but we need some, moonlight. We need lighting coming in, for God's sake. And you soften the scene further by adding some... It's blending another material onto the material, so you get the stone material, but then you got a grassy kind of texture on the top of it. That's clever. And then you start tinkering with the lighting and making it look nicer. And then, hey, what if we brought in a fog layer? A volume cube of fog in your 3D scene? That would be nice, huh? And then you really go to town on the lighting, and I think you change the trees too, because the trees look like shit, and they still look like shit. Look at that, and you hate the trees. You definitely hate them. And then you change the camera angle a little bit there, trying to frame things up a little bit nicer. Maybe you boost the lights to see what that looks like in one of the renders, and then you're like, well, wait a second, what if I went for more of a sharp image? And then you're like, fuck it, I don't need to do this at night. Maybe you just like you say, yeah, it's hard to light things. Let's go over to a like an overcast day, on the sea, right? The storms are brewing. We'll try that scene, and then you move everything around in order to actually compose the scene, because you never did that throughout the tutorial. The instructor didn't really lead you in blocking this out ever. It was just like, throw some shit around, and you did, and that's what you came up with. But this looks like shit. This looks good. This is, it's a rising thing. You got using the rule of thirds, like one of your things is there and one of them's down, whatever. But it's a little bit over bright. Maybe you tinker with some lighting, and you're still fighting these trees to look, half decent. And then eventually, Cyclops comes through and just fucking, he has an orgasm, and with he opens his eyes in the moment of climax, and now your whole fucking village is on fire. And then so you render it without the fog, and you find out that if there's no fog, then this effect doesn't happen for some reason. So then you go in and you fix the fog layer so that won't happen again. You can bring the fog back in. But then there's a lot of little tweaking, like what the hell's going on back here? Like, look at the way the light's bouncing off of that. That's really an eye-grabbing. That doesn't feel right. So you try and hide it first. You throw a rock over the top of it, but then there's still this. It's just two mounds that grab the eye and look wrong now. So now you're like, okay, well, what if I just completely change how this works and flatten that out again? But you still got the light bouncing off that's still sort of grabbing the eye. It's not good. How about if we raise there you go. Now that looks good, except for I lost my fence line over here. I liked the fence line. There we go. Bring the fence line back in with the light, except this tree's a little bit short. It used to be bigger than, there you go. Now you get the tall tree in, and that's your finished work. This was my 3D work for this week's 3D course. I didn't mean to start the live stream with that. I was just trying to fix our ability to view things, so now we can view things. But this is my final render of my shot, this sepia washed. I call it Storms A-Comin'. So there you go. Welcome to a twitch.tv/RonanPwan, twitch.RonanPwan live stream. I'm opening Supermarket Simulator. Oh shit, there's content to download. So this is my scene from the 3D course. It's downloading content. What else is there to say about this? There's a little bit. If you look closely at the lights, you'll see there's like a bit of a diamond like lighting pattern on all of the lights. This is a compositing feature. I used streaks and fog bloom or fog glow. Yeah, it wasn't bloom. I tried bloom first, but then fog glow is just a little bit more natural. So a little After Effects compositing feature in Blender kind of thing. Yeah. All the, look at those windows. Those windows are really nice. It's just a texture. Oh, hello, thank God. It's ready. We can go into the thing. Alt-G. Supermarket Simulator, people. That's what we're here for. That's why we came. As soon as we get in here, I'm gonna load up a chess game that I played, and we'll just never actually get to doing any Super Mario. 11 minutes in, he finally got the game opened. All right, all right. But yeah, my whole life has been 3D, except for yesterday. My friend Brandon, my buddy Brandon. I feel so uncomfortable saying it. My buddy Brandon, because it's just buddy is it's a little bit. It ain't quite right. So I say my buddy Brandon, but okay, my buddy Brandon is what he's called on these live streams, so I just gotta get used to it. My buddy Brandon came out yesterday to visit, first time in a while, and so we visited, and chatted and talked, and in the course of him being over here, we actually ended up looking at the correspondence game of chess that we had played for some time. Ooh, this feels very smooth now. Did they do like a little bit of a performance patching. Is that what we were downloading, the update? This just feels buttery smooth for some reason. We looked at the correspondence game. We were kind of saving it for ourselves, wanted to turn it maybe into like a YouTube video where we both react to it and then we see what it was about, but it's just, you know, it's not going to happen with me. I got too much shit going on and not enough health and energy to do things. So we decided, screw it, let's just look at it now, and we didn't record it. But now that we've looked at the game, I can share the game with y'all here. So we're going to later at some point in this live stream want to look at a correspondence game of chess that I and Brandon played over the course of a month, a little bit over a month. We were playing 1 turn per day, so each of us got to make 1 move per day for most of the game. And then when we got to the end, we decided, okay, let's play more than 1 turn. And eventually, Brandon said to me, I will go as many turns as you want to play. You play the turns you're going to play, moves you're going to play, and if you play a move, I'll play a move, and that's how we'll do it from here on out. So it took us about a month playing mostly 1 move a day to play this game of chess, and I will share it with you later. They're a little teaser to stay tuned, you know, for the chess review. That's what we all... So, what was the update? What, we just downloaded an update. Was it like just a performance patch? They integrate new features? Let's have a look, right? What the hell is this? I'm gonna refresh. So here's a Supermarket Simulator Steam page, but I need to back up. I need to app something and scroll. What if I did that? Yeah, that ain't it. Let's just go to Supermarket Simulator and see if there's an announcement for this, because are there new features? Okay, thank you. Yep, I love it how Chrome just plays the video. Firefox allows you to, like, by default, I think, doesn't play the video. And then you click on it, and so, you know, you don't let random websites have control of your media thing in one of these browsers. That makes a damn bit of sense. So, the recent events and announcements from March 13th, no big announcement anyway, so they didn't integrate any new features, but it does leave me thinking we might have a performance update here, and maybe I can increase the graphics settings, because this feels... The frame rate feels constant in a way that it hasn't. Kind of ever. So they might have patched some shit. Ooh! Or they just patched it so that we can now clean up the trash that's on the ground. Huh? Who's to say? Got rid of the infinite trash. Okay. I'll tell you what, I just gotta get started in the game, and then I'll find my footing. So let's do some orders. And yeah, let's back up on some product here. What are we gearing toward today? Today, we will be working toward expanding the storeroom and filling up our shelves, because, like, we've got a bunch of goddamn licenses. At this point, we have too many licenses, if you ask me. And I think that, you know, we're not going to be able to expand again until we upgrade the amount of space we have in storage back here. So that'll be a number 1. I don't have to think about anything, just aim for a storage expansion today. But yeah, there's so goddamn many products. Oh, and remember to do this, Pawn. Make this work. Huh? Thank you. Just grab and throw. It's so much smoother. Yeah, there's a flicker to it. These bastards. These bastages. 23s. I don't know why no, I don't need to do that. I don't need to allow 23s and 22s of potatoes. Potatoes are okay to do that with, but nothing else. Nothing else. 23s of water? Come on. Come on. Eggs? Please, sir. But yeah, at this point, it is starting to feel like I might be hitting the end of What? Oh, don't buy fucking more crab sticks. Oh my god. Let's take that out. Yeah, thank you. I might be hitting the end of, like, playing Supermarket Simulator. Because at this point it just feels like so much of it is ordering. Like, it seems like you could never get rid of this part of the game, right? Because it's like, you could never, like, automate the ordering. At that point, what are you fucking doing, right? But I'm kind of feeling like I want to automate ordering. Because this is too many goddamn licenses. It takes 5 minutes to do the ordering. Or more. It's, you know, what we could do is, like, I don't. It's got to be a late game unlockable concept, you know. I think yeah, that too. But late game unlockable to be able to set up, like, computer minimums, maybe just assisted ordering, right? Like, how about a page? Here's how you do this. I just figured it out. I thought about it for 12 seconds and I figured it out. Assisted ordering. So you set up a page where it shows you set how many of a certain item you want to maintain, you know, total of in your stock, and you've got a page where you can just come in and look at, like, a spreadsheet and see which items are below that and be able to click on those to add to cart. So you still manage your own inventory, you still think about it, you still set the standards, and it doesn't just automatically happen. You still do an ordering like you're doing here, but you reduce it down to only show me the things that are, you know, below this amount, or highlight those things so I don't have to, you know, spend all this time staring at a screen and trying to determine what needs to be ordered and what doesn't. Huh? Still, and it's very late game. I'm buying $12,000 licenses at this point, so just tie it to that. Tie it to... Don't tie it... Or store level. I'm level fucking 70 over here. Like, let me... This is too much. Too much of my day is spent in that computer screen at this point. Bitch. It's very much the Bob Barker and Happy Gilmore bitch, by the way. That's where I was coming from when I made that noise came out of my mouth. I think you've had enough. No? Comes over, hits him again. Now you've had enough, bitch. He puts a little twang on it, bitch. Bob Barker as he's walking away. Which, of course, Bob Barker is saying that because Happy Gilmore called him a bitch in the first place. The price is wrong, bitch! So yeah, lots of empty shelves in the store. Wow, that ordering. We are, oof. How's my, like, everything? How's my penis doing? Let me just check in on my penis. Oh! Long and hard? Okay. Good. $525. That is... woof. I'm going to open the store, though. Is my register closed? It is. Excellent. And I'll do a little stocking at the beginning of the day here. I'll help you out. Help you out, get some stuff off the curb here. Brandon's doing good. Man, the difference between a human being who is, like, working every day in a job that they hate for people that are assholes, and a person who is not. Brandon, like, you know, you get together with a friend you haven't seen in a while, and you get used to the idea that, you know, a big part of this conversation is going to be, man, shit sucks, that kind of thing. But Brandon was here the whole time and was just like, how you doing? Life's great. Yeah, spending time with my lady, enjoying myself, you know, just no plans to start looking for work, you know, yet. Really happy to be unemployed right now. It's just like the amount of psychological health that comes with not doing a thing you don't want to be doing for people you don't want to be doing it for. Oh my God. And we don't realize it. You know, most of the goddamn world is working at a gig that they hate for people that they despise. And your life is just all stress and vitriol and venom and like me in these live streams. I can't stand you, motherfucker. That's why I come in here every day and I'm like, you fucking, how'd you vote in the last election? You fucking Democratic genocide supporting motherfucker. I hate you. Everybody hates their boss, and you're my employee. I love that. But it was palpable. It was palpable to just be like, Brandon's just in such a good mood, healthy fucking headspace, man. And I just want you to think about that. You know, if you're doing that 9-to-5 grind for the corporation. Like, you're making choices, and they're not necessarily, like, making you a happier, like, are you depressed? Are you, you know, frequently experiencing stress and stuff like that? You don't have to live that way. You have chosen to live that way. And, you know, a thing that you can do is just, like pull in the sails a little bit. People trying to live beyond their means, people expecting to like have a big budget, this, that, and the other thing. It's like, hey, you know what? Get a $25 cell phone package instead. You know, cancel your subscriptions to all the things, and then like get your needs per month down, and then you don't have to like sell your soul in order to fulfill the, you know, be able to afford Hulu, Disney Plus, Prime, Netflix, all the package. For the longest time until your CFS video, I just filled the facelessness of Lady Pawn with how you looked in drag. You know what? She appeared in she also appeared earlier than that in the video where I tore the wall down, the time-lapse video, which is like, why did you even make a video of that? It's because I have a YouTube channel and I could do what I want. Shut up, I hate you. You're my boss. Things that but yeah, she was, you know, she appeared in that one as well. But she hasn't really wanted to be on the camera. It's interesting. We're both like, I mean, I enjoy performing, but we're both like, I don't take pictures of myself or my life or anything like that. You know, we do videos, we do all that kind of stuff, sure, but I don't record my life like somebody gives a shit. Like anybody's gonna ever want to see, you know, that. And neither does she. We're both like just happen to not be not picture taken people. Hello, sir. Some frozen lasagna for you? Just... Is that why you're wearing a suit? You come in here looking for some ladies? How you doing? Meat and, mushrooms? I clicked the 8 button. Get the hell out of here. Holy, planning to shit a lot this weekend, ma'am. Okay. 79... 37. But yeah, just, you know, bear that in mind, because, boy, it was just so obvious that Brandon was in such a better headspace overall. You know, and if you just reduce your, what it is that you expect you should have out of life, or you're supposed to, you know, like, what things do you have in your life that are like, I don't need those, I don't think I even want those, the world just told me I'm supposed to have those, and I've been working for them. You cut down on these weird expectations. These things you don't need. You open yourself up to the freedom of, like, not having to go out and fetch that big dollar living that so frequently costs us our health of, like, mind and spirit and soul and everything else. Have an extra penny, sir. I'm fine with that. And in terms of helping you get your finances under control, okay, if you are an Americano, then I will recommend. In fact, I should have like I could probably get one too. I should have like a referral link or something. But I will recommend, in terms of cell phone packages, a company called US Mobile. Now there's one thing that I hate about all of these. The only way that you can get like your voicemail works in the phone and it, you know, all that kind of stuff is to go with the big guys. That's like the one feature that they have that apparently the smaller people just can't replicate, which is probably illegal technically because it is a feature and the Ma Bell is required by American law to provide everything that's needed to the smaller guys so that Ma Bell has competition. And by Ma Bell, I mean Verizon, AT&T, Comcast, the big players in these spaces. Google, you know, with their Google Fi and whatnot. Where does this go? Over there. I'll open mine back up in case we need it. But US Mobile is the new, you know, Republic Wireless. Used to be the, you know, cell phone company, cheap cell phone company doing it right. And then they got shit. They turned into shit. Consumer Cellular used to be the good one, and then they got shit. So actually, the history of good cell phone that was like, it's not Ma Bell, so they're not gouging you, was Consumer Cellular first, then Republic Wireless, and now it's US Mobile. And what happens to these guys is they get bought out by the big guys. That's how this works. Is that they do it right. They run their business at like a reasonable profit margin. They're competitive in the marketplace. They undercut the big Ma Bell people by like half. You can cut your cell phone bill in half or in a third of what it is right now by going with one of these companies. They do it right, and then the companies eventually take note and see that they need to, like, these people have better support than we do. These people have better prices than we do. We need to undermine this, and so then they come in and they buy the little guy, and then they run the little guy into the ground. They change the little guy to be more and more and more like them. They make their support shittier. They make their service shittier. They make everything cost more, and then eventually you're going, oh, these guys are as bad as the big guys. What the fuck am I saying with them? But the thing is, you just got to keep switching, because there is always that place in the market, you know, for the little guy to come in and use the laws that, and you just get set, you get some investors and you get set up and you do it right. And then, you know, capitalism doesn't function. So eventually you do it right and the people come in and make it so that it just doesn't do it right anymore so that they can go back to their happy monopoly. But you just got to keep switching because there's always another one popping up. So now it's called US Mobile. And US Mobile is the best one yet. They've really focused on their mobile, their wireless internet mobile solutions and stuff. So the plan that Lady Pawn and I are on right now through US Mobile is 2 lines. Okay, we own our own 2 phones, and you know we don't buy the most recent goddamn phones or anything. We own our own phones, so you just need a SIM card or digital SIM card kind of thing. So bring our equipment. We've got 2 lines between us, hers and mine, and we get 10 gigs of mobile internet per month to split between the 2 of us. And that costs us $28 a month. So I'm just leaving a space here for you to gasp and be like, what? $28 a month for 2 lines and 10 gigs of internet, unlimited everything else, texting, calling, all that kind of stuff. $28 for 2. Blonde ale in the keg has changed. I presume you'll be the blonde. Oh, maybe it's the other one. Let me out of this menu. Both of these in the keg are It didn't change much. So for a single plan, you can get, quite a bit of, a hell of a friggin' cell phone plan. And if you think, oh, but I need like unlimited mobile data, I can't be on any of those packages. Number one, like, looking your phone, you can see how much internet you actually use in the course of a month. You can track that, mobile internet in particular. You can track that and see what you actually need, and then just pay for that with, one of these plans. But also, I would expect that US Mobile has unlimited packages as well, and that they're going to be cheaper, far cheaper than what you're paying the Ma Bells of the world for them. So yeah, that's one way to minimize your costs right there. Your monthly outgo, and then make it so that you can free yourself from the hellscape from which Brandon has just emerged. Because, man, just happier, more satisfied, enjoying himself. What am I doing? Never ever shelve it yourself, buddy. No, oh god, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. C to close it up, and then cheese goes here. Yeah. Why am I doing that? I need to be placing the order. I need to be spending the next 5 minutes of my life clicking buttons in here. Duh. So yeah. 3. I mean, I could just maybe like over order and pay less attention to it. I don't know. I don't think I could really. I think you gotta come here and look at it, and they probably should just have a, you buy some software for your computer. There's a software upgrade. I'm designing your game for you guys. You need to be paying me. One of the unlocks, a tool becomes available, you get a notice up here, and it's like, Microbloft just released a new operating system for your computer, and, check it out in the tools menu. And the idea is when you upgrade that, you then get access to, okay, here's 2 features too, because I've been complaining about the other thing, which is I want to be able to see how much I have priced my stuff over or below market price, right? I want that column. So that's something you could add as an unlockable if you want to be a dick about it. Not just give it to the player from the outset. But mainly we need a late game unlockable auto, not an auto order, but just a page that lists exclusively the things that are below a certain amount of inventory, and the player sets that amount. Because this is ridiculous. It gets a little bit ridiculous anyway. So, in terms of Breaking Bad news, Lady Pawn and I have been watching through Breaking Bad. And we just finished season 2, which was not as bad as I remembered it. I remembered season 2 being just so dark and so horrific, and there's a whole bunch of moments that are absolutely just a downer, man, in Breaking Bad season 2, and it sure as shit ends on one. But I kind of remembered season 2 as being almost hard to get through, as feeling like an assault on your psychological and emotional person. And they break it up. They broke it up. I didn't remember it that way. I remembered it being like, oh my god, season 2, fucking stop kicking me in the nuts already. They're red, and swollen. Can't even feel them anymore. But it's on this watching, no, not really. They break it up. They put some levity in there. There are whole episodes where it's like it's not that dark. It's not an emotional hellscape. It's definitely like the hardest season to get through, short of maybe the end, in terms of, like, you know, how emotional it is, I guess. How much it assails your sensibilities. 2, 3, 4. But it's okay. It's manageable. Jesse, why are you using that word as punctuation? Are you misremembering, or are you just more numb these days? I think I'm more, my analysis is more accurate these days. I think every time that I watch it, I get a little bit closer to the truth. And so I've started to watch it in backwards. That's a Family Guy thing, isn't it? Or a American Dad thing? I can't. It's something. Did I open the store? I didn't. Okay. I'll open the store. We got the order again. But, yeah, I don't think I'm more numb these days. I think, if anything, like, I don't know. At least when the MECFS, oh my god, I couldn't consume media. The worst of when I was really bad at MECFS, I mean, when I was really bad, I couldn't open my eyes. I was wearing ear muffs to stifle the sound, and couldn't really tolerate for another person to be in the same room as me, because it was just too much information. I was that sensitive. But after that, when I started to be able to, like, consume media and have my eyes open and stuff again, I had to exclusively consume media I already knew and knew was safe, because anything that, like, you know, triggered an emotional response was too much. It was torture. And I would pay for it. You know, and when you're recovering from that and figuring out what you can and can't get away with, there are times where you're like, I think I could probably do a movie now. And so at one of those times where I was like, I think we can do a movie now that I haven't already seen, you know, especially if we do something that's, like, you know, light and cartoony and fun. And so Lady Pawn and I, while I was in recovery, you know, while I was in a still very vulnerable place of my recovery in MECFS, we watched a movie that was probably safe to watch, Puss in Boots 3. And I'm leaving that gap for you to go, oh shit, you watched Puss in Boots 3? When you were, like, hypersensitive to anything that's emotional, you watched Puss in Boots. It's a 3D animated film. Who could have seen that coming? So for anybody who hasn't seen Puss in Boots, the third one, it is exclusively about death. It is all about, like, you and everyone you love are dying, and and so, like, my whole life had been, you know, I had been very close to dying for a very long time. And so to fire up a 3D animated film and find out that, oh, Puss in Boots 3 decided to do this Toy Story 3 deal here, huh? And just, like, do fucking Dante's Inferno, you know, Dante's not his Paradiso, anyway. Dante's what's the other one? There's Paradiso, and there's Inferno, and there's oh god. What do you want? They'll buy flour. I don't got that much flour, fuck off. Where's the beer go? It goes over here. Fine. Open my register here. Purgatorio is the other Dante book. I think I read all three of them. All I remember is certain, like, imagery and stuff from from Inferno and the other one that I just said and then I immediately forgot again. Purgatorio. But yeah, that was not a good choice of supposed 3D animated lighthearted film to watch. It was about midlife crisis, it was about death, it was about a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't really... And the problem was it was really, really fucking good. And so I stuck through it. I watched the whole movie. I suffered, you know, all of the pains, the emotional pains of, like, being hypersensitive, but, like, staying in anyway. And then, at the end of it, I think I just, you know, had... The thing with MECFS is what you did today, you will feel tomorrow or the next day or something like that. And I think just watching that movie just wrecked me. It set me back on my recovery. Possibly by weeks, possibly by months. But definitely a movie I would recommend. It's a hell of a thing. But I also did like Toy Story 3. I think Toy Story 3 is the best of them. And other people are like, I checked out after Toy Story 2, that what they did in Toy Story, I can't believe they did that, like, fuck it, Toy Story 2 was the end of the story. I'm like, nah, man, Toy Story 3 is the actual work of art, you know, that they built up to. It's not just a entertainment experience. I mean, they literally did Dante's journey. All three of them. You know, the first act of the movie is Dante's Purgatory, and then the second is Dante's Inferno, and then it ends with Dante's Paradiso, or something like that. I can't remember. It's been a while since I saw it. But I just remember being like, wow, that was a fucking... That should be nominated for shit. when I was done watching it. Holy God! Oh my shitting God! Look at this! Look, the whole store. The whole goddamn store is just mud. Holy hell. From corner to corner. They're finally, like, pushing me to get a janitor. Damn. What was the film you were on about before Toy Story 3? It was Puss in Boots 3? Which I don't remember what the subtitle is. It was Puss in Boots 3, you know, with, Antonio Banderas as Puss, as the Puss in the Boots, as the titular Puss in Boots. All those are fun words to say next to each other. But yeah, that was some hard fucking shit. That was hard shit to watch. When I was that raw. Because I had just experienced all this. I had just been chased by death. You know, I was still being... It was still not far from me. Still waiting in the other room just in case I let my guard down kind of stuff. And then I'm watching the... Yeah, so I guess watch out for, like, the third installation of 3D animated films. Is Puss in Boots a Pixar thing? Because I know Puss in Boots is an extension of you know, Mike Myers, or, yeah, the ogre, and it's DreamWorks, right? So I was like, I know that this is Disney. What number is that? Put it in the corner so you can read it. 28. I know it's Disney, but at this point, I don't know that Pixar isn't owned by Disney, right? So, like, maybe it's, Shrek, there you go. Shrek was the house that, or the, yeah, that built DreamWorks. 550. So I was thinking that it was Disney associated. Thank you. And yeah, it's in my mind, it's entirely possible that everything is now owned by Disney. All of the 3D houses are owned by Disney, right? So you're like, no, that's not Disney. That's this, and then it's like, yeah, but who owns that? Well, it's owned by this subsidiary company, and who's owned, and Disney. Disney owns it. That's what I'm thinking. It's the world I'm living in. But yeah, Dante's thing. What do I remember from those books, from Dante's Inferno and stuff? They didn't make a big impression. They're very, it's an old style of it's the same reason why I didn't even bother trying to get into Homer's Odyssey. Like, it's such an old form of writing. It's such an old form of storytelling. It's just, outrageous things happening, and you're supposed to be like, wow, neat. It's comic books, it's ancient form of comic books is that kind of writing to me. And Dante's stuff is also in that vein of just like, it doesn't read well. I mean, the words are fine on the page. It just doesn't, it's not cohesive. Yeah, it's not cohesive. So what I remember of Dante's Paradiso, Purgatorio, and Inferno. I remember that in Dante, in that imagining of the underworld and the afterlife and stuff like that, I remember it was concentric rings of hell that got lower and lower until you are in the middle of hell. In Dante's envisioning of it, you are on a lake of ice in the middle of what has always been contextualized as a burning, ashen place. Satan actually is frozen in a lake of ice, like frozen to a lake of ice, if I recall correctly. And Dante's idea was that, in the end times, was that all 4 of the things? I always do this, and then I have to double check. Is that in the end times, the lake of ice will melt, and then Satan will be let loose to have authority upon the earth and stuff like that. 3 and 4, they were right next to each other, that's why. That's why it only felt like 2, or 3 rather. So I remember that from the Inferno. From the Purgatorio, I feel like I remember being described that people were, like, immersed in their whole bodies were underneath the ground, and only their heads were popping out. And that was purgatory. That was one of the levels of purgatory. Was these people who couldn't move, couldn't enter, couldn't do anything. They're just heads on the surface of the ground, suffering for a certain amount of time in order to free them, in order to pay for their sins on the earth, and they'll eventually be allowed to go to heaven, I guess, to go to paradise, Paradiso. Any other imagery of Virgil trekking through these places? Yeah, I don't know. Not really. I can't remember a damn thing. That's so his books are curious. It's one of those things where it's like, it's not bad, but it doesn't really rise above being curious. It's interesting. It's if you don't have anything better to read, if you can't think of anything, then hey, why not? But I don't remember there being anything that was practically meaningful in terms of religion or spirituality from those books at all, There's no lesson about right and wrong, or it was just one of those ancient mythic tale kind of things that it's just you read it and then you've read it. One of those Homer's Odyssey kind of a things. I don't know that about Homer's Odyssey. I read the first 3 pages of Homer's Odyssey standing in the library looking for some... I went through a phase of I'm just going to read like college reading list recommendations kind of stuff. After I had already been to and dropped out of college, I decided I'm gonna just do this on my own for myself, see what's good and what's not. And I remember I remember even like the aisle of the library. It was the Clarkston Library. And I was standing in that aisle, and I threw open Homer's Odyssey, and standing there, I read the first 3 pages, and I closed that book and put it right back where it was on the shelf. I was like, nope, thank you very much. I've been doing this long enough that I know what I'm not interested in, and you've managed to nail it. I also am of the opinion that Moby Dick is shit, but I didn't finish reading it. Because it was that shit. To my sensibilities, anyway. Melville, I get it. Oh, but the metaphors are so... it's like Melville spends 12 chapters or something like that describing every fucking detail of the Oceanside bar tavern inn that we're in, and, down to like pages. He fills pages with a description of a painting that by his own description is too smoke covered and dirty and old and shit to actually see what's underneath it. And he describes the dirt on the glass of the painting for pages and pages and pages. Such fine detail, such crafting of the world, such incredible, even if you're not into it, you gotta be impressed by that he's even doing it. And so it's still worth reading. And then chapter 12 comes along, and he goes, 6 months later, and I shut the book. And I said, nope. No. Sorry, bud. You don't get to do that. You don't get to set this pace of, I'm willing to take 3-4 pages to describe something that, that you can't see. And maybe there's a metaphor in there, or maybe I'm just flexing as an author, as a writer, that I can keep you entertained with just the sort of visceralness of my text here. You don't get to set that pace and then be like, anyway, 6 months later, everybody's friends now. Last we knew these guys, they were meeting, they were still awkward, but now they're friends. I want you to just accept that so that I can move on to the next part of the story. And I don't know, maybe it was going to go back, but I was, it wasn't exclusively just the time jump, obviously. That wouldn't be enough to throw me off, but there was something already that I was like, I don't know about this, buddy. I'm waiting for this to start doing something that I like, and then you go from intense detail to just accept. Just accept. Things happened you didn't see, and now they're all buddies. And honestly, I think I just like that, I like being able to say, yeah, I think Moby Dick sucks. I think Melville's a hack. I like being able to, getting to do that. So much that I just don't want to, if I read the full Moby Dick and, I was like, okay, I get it. Yeah, it's pretty good. That kind of a thing. That would be less worth it to me than having the ability to say, yeah, Melville sucks. Being able to honestly say, yeah, my opinion of that's shit. It's just too fun. To say oh yeah, that classic. Classic piece of literature that everybody, fuck it. Back here now. Oh, cool. Can I... No? No. I mean... But yes. I'm not using them. I'm not using those shelves, so fuck it. Where's the other type of beer? You. Okay? And you guys take care of it. Open my register up in case we get... Ah, we're nowhere near getting blasted. You don't need my register open. Start cleaning, because apparently they destroy the store every day. So what else did I read in that era? I read Sylvia Plath's, the Bell Jar? Is that it? Bell Jar? Which from that, I will always remember, the figs. The sitting underneath the fig tree. And it was a, metaphoric description of just sitting underneath a fig tree, watching the figs plop to the ground, and her description of that, as a way of communicating the idea of being paralyzed by too much opportunity, because any choice that you make naturally takes away all the rest of the choices. That's some powerful shit. And some very true shit, that I absolutely felt in my younger days, paralyzed by choice, paralyzed by the opportunities that were available to me as a, high general intelligence white man in American society. I had all the privilege, I had all the opportunities, and I was also, tail end of this 90s slacker generation, and I felt like, I don't know, I felt pulled in all of the directions, and so you make no movement in any direction because you're being pulled in all of them. And so Sylvia Plath's Bell Jar certainly spoke to me. I also, in that period, fell in love with Charles Dickens, as I've talked about many a time. I love Dickens. I hate Oliver Twist, but I like Wilkins Micawber in Oliver Twist, so there are redeeming... there is redeeming qualities to the one that I don't like, but Oliver Twist is just like the most fuck-it version of what Charles Dickens did. He was always doing the orphan story, but Oliver Twist is the worst version of the orphan story, because Oliver is an unchanging character. Oliver is a little fucking angel from beginning to end, and it doesn't matter what happens to him. He is living in his own little insulated bubble of reality, where he is never affected by his outside circumstances, and it's just, he's a shallow, undeveloped, bullshit fucking character that's just a good boy who, it doesn't matter what happens to him, he'll always be a good boy, and that just denies reality in so many ways that are just disgusting and fucked up. Is that actually, that's like my main complaint is that, and then like also it's a phoned in Charles Dickens novel in the way that ultimately with Dickens everybody turns out to be sort of linked to everybody else. Not necessarily everybody, but you find out that the fact that you're doing a story about orphans means it's very tempting, and usually it ends like this with Dickens, to have it be like, and the person who you were something the whole time turns out to be your aunt, your uncle, your something like that. And so at the end of the novel we find out you do have a family in this world, and we all get to go home happy. Oliver Twist is the most phoned in, who gives a shit, let's just put a bow on this thing and wrap it up version of that Dickens does in his entire catalog, where it's just stupid. It's beyond belief how everybody is connected and who everybody turns out to be in that story. Even when you're like suspending your disbelief for the sake of just having a nice conclusion to a story, Oliver Twist just doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. Oliver is a horrible character that no one should take any interest in. He doesn't grow, he doesn't develop, he's not a real person. And then at the end, he's just, you know, unceremoniously scooped up and saved into the life that he wants for him, so that the reader, I suppose, is supposed to want for him. But all I want for him is to fucking fall off a cliff, because he's a shallow, thin as fucking rice paper character. And he has no business existing in Dickens' catalog. However, okay, Miles Hendon, I think, is in Oliver Twist. Miles Hendon is fucking awesome, of a character. I think Wilkins is Wilkins McCarver in that one, or is that like Nicholas Nickleby or something like that? Those are the ones that I like, you know. Interestingly, the most popularly known Dickens novels are the least, are the lesser works, in my opinion, including, David Copperfield. David Copperfield also feels like a very sort of beta-tested version of a much better novel like Bleak House or Nicholas Nickleby. So I had my big Dickens phase there. The best thing about being into Dickens too is if you like his writing, he is so verbose. He goes on for so long, but in a way that is so entertaining and so just you just sort of lean back and sort of let yourself push yourself into the comfy chair and let Dickens envelop you. The best thing about Dickens is that his novels are like 1,200 pages each, and so it's like, if you like this stuff, knowing that at the end of every day you've got more Dickens waiting for you on the nightstand before you go to bed is just great, you know. Usually you find something that you really like to read, and it's like, if you don't go out of your way to pace yourself and stop yourself from consuming it as fast as you want to, then, you know, I've finished books in a single sitting. I read all of We Are Legion, We Are Bob in a single sitting because I was into it. And then it's like, all right, this thing that I was enjoying is gone now. It's gone. Now I just spent a whole day reading We Are Legion, We Are Bob. And it's like, cool, but also, damn it. Marshall the Prince came in at denies reality in fucked up ways. I was talking about Oliver Twist. Oliver Twist. The character Oliver Twist is a denial of reality. It is an unchanging. It's a character that is a child who is unaffected by nurture at all. His nature is so strong as just an angelic little cherub who can't be pushed in any direction by the winds or anything like that, that he never changes. He's homeless and he's living with, street kids who rob to be able to eat and stuff like that, and they're serving this grimy dude. It doesn't affect, little Oliver there, he faints at the impropriety of the circumstances. He's just such a good boy. Fuck you. Fucking Oliver Twist. Like what it says about the idea that people are just born with a good soul or a bad soul. That's basically what Oliver Twist represents. It is fucked up. It is fucked up philosophy to write a character like that. And I like Dickens so much that I almost want to find a way that he did that intentionally. Like, he wrote Oliver Twist to be like, whoever likes this one is a fucking dipshit. Now I'll know which of my fans are, you know. Because, you know, Dickens' novels were being written in magazines of the day. That's why they're so long and stuff, is he was getting paid by the fucking word, by the page, something like that. And so he would write in, he was drawing these out into little, they were serials in the magazines. And so each chapter was another addition to the serial. And then the novel got put together from the serial, magazine released story that had been told. And so that's the shape and form that it is. So I just want to say that Oliver Twist was like Dickens being like, I don't know. All right, I'll write another fucking thing about orphans, and I'll just like he was sick of the audience and of the work, and so he took a big shit, and people were so enamored with him anyway that they were like, oh, what a wonderful piece of shit! I love your shit. Oh, what? Look at that! I want to frame this shit. I mean, it still works out as a piece. I didn't like not finish it or anything like that. It's still like an enjoyable process because Dickens' writing is so good, and he does create other characters that aren't Oliver, that are worth your time and interesting and fun to spend time with. Amor Aureum says in chat, have you played Echo Point Nova? I just bought it, and honestly, you were the first person I thought of. No, I haven't heard of it at all. Echo Point Nova. That's interesting. So it sounds like it could either be a space thing, or a Firewatch thing, or a military thing. I don't know. It could be anything. Echo Point Nova. EPN. All right. Buy you the game. It's a movement shooter. Oh, I don't. Movement shooter though, huh? I want to deter anybody from like Dramacian bought me a game that I said, I can tell that I'm going to love this game. Bought that to me, sent it over, and it's like, oh, thank you so much. I can't wait to play this. I still haven't played it. That's the problem. Is that I'm doing this 3D course, and I got the live streams, and like, there are things that I genuinely wanted to do that I was like, yes, I want that. And then it's given to me, and I'm like, thank you. All right, I got it. I got other shit to do. That'll be because of your time on Cluster Truck. Really? Oh, so it's movement shoot. That's interesting. A shooter that focuses on the movement. I gotta say, I am not necessarily good at the shooters, though. Like, I enjoyed playing PUBG for the hide and seek of it, but I was not good at killing people. Not good at the Twitch shooters for some reason. Very heavy on the movement side. I can't aim for shit. Okay. It's also like making me think of. I remember there was something. I feel like meat was in the name, Meat Grind or something like that. That there was something that was another like movement platformer, but you had like big old turrets strapped to you or something like that. So it's an interesting concept. I'll have to look that up. It's what is it? He said it's Echo Point Nova. Okay. I'm curious what the graphics are like now. If it's like a movement shooter, is there a lightness to the, are the graphics kind of toony, or are they realistic, or if it's movement based? I also remember way back in the day seeing a review by, what was that show? It was with Jack Packard and what's his name, that guy who's I like and hate him. Rich Evans, thank you. Yes, Rich Evans is the guy that I like and hate. Like he's got some good opinions, but his narcissism, his narcissistic streak, and his like, he's very much just he's that guy. He's that basement dwelling internet guy. If he wasn't famous, if he hadn't had the opportunity to do that, on, on Red Letter Media and stuff like that and gain that thing. Like, that is a horrible person to... I know that guy, and he sucks. He sucks to hang out with. But yeah, it was Rich Evans, Jack Packard, and Rich Evans was just gaga over this thing. He kept dropping it throughout that show. That was about game review. He kept dropping a reference to this thing that was like a console exclusive. Maybe it was only on the PlayStation or something like that, PlayStation 2. But it was a movement shooter where you were, I feel like you were a robot or something, and you had abilities where you could like zip forward, you had rocket boots. A rocket boots movement-based shooter is how Rich saw it. And then Jack played it, and he was like, I didn't get it at all. I don't know why you like this. I couldn't get into the movement. It felt like I was being restricted all the time from being able to do the movement and have fun with it. But Rich was gaga over it, and so that reminds me, you say movement shooter, and I'm like, that's another thing that falls into that category that I've certainly never played. Can't even remember the name of it. But graphics aren't super realistic. It's got destructible terrain, and it's an indie game. Wow, destructible terrain. Cool. Sounds interesting. Echo Point Nova. I didn't have to look at it in chat that time. I remembered the name. I don't know why I'm shelving, just to keep doing something while I'm chatting. But yeah, maybe we'll even, you know what? Thor. Pull it up. Pull it up. What are we talking about here? Steam. Steam.com. Not Steam Community. Steam. Fuck it. Steam Echo Point Nova. Okay, that art looks a little toony, which is good. Like I prefer stylized to, hyper real. I think it says something about what you're doing and what your priorities are when you go hyper real. That's why I loved the idea when Kerbal Space Program was talking about doing the barn as the tier 1 or the tier 0, space center. It was like, yes, that's the priorities you guys need. Have fun with it. Lighten the atmosphere. Rocket science is hard. Don't fucking scare people away. Don't make it feel like it's impenetrable. Have it be little green men working out of a barn at the beginning. And yeah, good, do that. And then they were like, no, never mind. Reddit didn't like it. Okay, go back to your bad priorities. Turn it into a fucking German simulator. I always say German simulator because German simulators are like, it's a trope, and it's like they're the most realistic. Like, German simulators are just, the gameplay has not been thought out. It's so concerned with it being a valid simulator. That's the idea behind the words German simulator. It doesn't mean anything about German to me. At this point, just German simulator is a stand-in for a type of game that cares exclusively about the accuracy of their little thing. The forklift that you're driving is just so exactly what it really truly is. Wait, no, don't do that. I should probably go ahead and mute, and just so that we don't get copyright stricken. Ooh. Oh, who doesn't like a grappling hook? Titanfall meets Doom meets Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. What about, how can you see this and your this meets that does not include, maybe that's the reason I can't remember the name of it. You know that puzzle thing where it's like if you fall off the side, then you just sort of land back on the puzzle that you're doing, and it's like towers building up and up into the sky. Whatever. Keep going. So we've got speed ramps, and then we've got, we got wall running. We're using like a hoverboard to skate on lava, I guess. Ooh. Oh, we've got slow time mechanics. We got some, like, super strafe, where you just shoosh to the left, you hit a button, whoosh to the left, so rocket boot strafe kind of stuff. And apparently, like, increasing abilities over combat abilities, too. Wow. That's a lot, actually. This is a lot. Pairing these two things together, having movement and combat, and having, like, multiple unlockable and, you know, new weapons, but also new, like, AoE effects, and this is a lot for an indie project. Damn. And it's just out now, huh? It's not beta or anything. It's not alpha. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. It looks like something I'd be interested in. Whoa, what? Was that... Can you, like, make your own levels? Or what the hell was that I just saw? Is that, like, your map of places you've been? I don't... Is there multiplayer online play? You make your own levels? Jesus Christ, that would be a lot. There's a double jump. Or a boost, kind of thing. Double and of course there's gonna be... If it's a movement anything, you're gonna have the double jump is gonna eventually be a deal. Out, and they actually just released the Rogue update that adds even more content. I'm German in the sense that the pain of reality is clear design goal. You can import workplace content into the main world. Wow. That's a lot of function. How long have they been working on this? That I didn't hear about it until it was out. Well, I'll tell you what, I will let you buy this for me. I will not deter you from buying this for me. That looks good. Again, it could be until 2026 that I actually open the damn thing. That's just how it goes around here, but that looks good. You're damn right. You're damn right, Amor Orium. Did I do the order? Why am I... No, we need to start it again. The orders for the day. Tremacian also sent me over, actually, something where it's like hobbyist electronics. Like, for a long time I had been saying, I just wish there was like a good, I want to be able to breadboard in a virtual space, and, you know, that kind of thing. And Tremacian found one of those and sent it over. And that's another thing that I just haven't opened yet. It's sitting there, it's installed. I have games installed and even ordered on my desktop in, like, the order of priority of my level of interest, and thinking that we could maybe do this on a live stream and stuff like that. And we're decades from ever getting to any of, like, most of them will just never see the light of day. So that's 12, 16. Wow. Yeah, we were low on chicken there. Just one more of you. That'll do. Yeah, you can add me on Steam. You know, Ronin Pawn. I'm Ronin Pawn everywhere. It's the only place that I'm not Ronin Pawn is on chess.com, for obvious reasons. Because everything that had the word pawn in it was taken. And I think I just did R0 nin pawn, and I was able to get that on chess.com. It's a very unusual, you know, it's really nice to have something that's unique enough that it just doesn't disappear from everywhere. I remember back in the day of early internet, and actually of pre-internet bulletin board systems. Your computer calls someone else's computer and does something on a bulletin board, and then you disconnect, and, you know, that was and internet. I remember from those days, and I was trying to go by Shade, or no, I went by Shadow. I was a kid, I was like 11 years old or something, I went by Shadow. I'm Shadow, and I started being Shadow on the local bulletin board systems. Then the BBSs got more popular, and more people started using them, and new ones popped up, and I tried to go on and be Shadow, and it was already taken. I'm not Shadow anymore. And so I turned into Shade. and then from bulletin board systems, I ended up on the actual internet, using like Net Zero or something, or the progenitors to Net Zero, where it was like free internet so long as you're watching, you've got like an ad bar at the bottom of the internet. That existed, guys. You didn't used to have to pay for an internet connection. You could just call a number, and so long as there was an ad on the bottom of it, you got free internet for the advertising space. Holy fucking shit, right? So at that time, then I got onto the internet, and now the pool was even wider, although it was still, the internet was a relatively small place for a long time. At least it wasn't a small place. It was big, but it wasn't corporately cornered. It wasn't like you weren't being forced to access it through someone's agenda the way that it is now. And so, but at that time, then I was having trouble getting Shade. So then I just like put a 2, it was Shade something 2. Like I started doing that everywhere, and that was my internet handle for a very long time, was like Shade_V2. Very edgy. Yeah. Shadow. And then on the bulletin board systems, you could use ASCII codes in order to change the color of each letter of your name. So I think I did it frequently so that Shadow or Shade would be in a dark gray that got like darker in the middle or something, like went, transitioned from a light gray to a dark gray across, something like that. Those were the days. Back in the days when you could still telnet into an unprotected email server and send email from any address online that you could imagine. And so I would telnet into a random email server, because most of them were unprotected, actually. By which it meant, like, you didn't have to... There didn't have to be anything that suggested that you were actually the person sending the email. Like your email address was really that. You could just log in and say, type in the from column some address and type in the to column some address and send email. So I would send to my friends from FBI.gov just to freak them out. We all thought we were hackers, so I'd send whitehouse.gov and FBI.gov emails to them. And yeah, for a minute I was going to school in Lake Orion, so this was the most childishly hacker edgy that we got, and this is just hilarious to me now. We call ourselves the LOCD, the Lake Orion Computer Demons. LOCD, yo. It was like me and one other guy, honestly. Like, we were the LOCD. Me and a kid named Sam. Sorry, I bumped the mic there. The Lake Orion Computer Demons. Me and Sam Jones in particular. I only give first and last name because that's such a common name that it's like, nobody cares. Nobody's gonna go looking for Sam Jones. If they do, it'll just be like, hey, you knew Ronan Pawn, huh? But me and Sam Jones, the Lake Orion Computer Demons. And then, but we had other computer, connections, stuff like that, and I got in trouble once for bringing in a floppy disk full of viruses. Because we were trading, collections of viruses. Like, I got these viruses, you got those viruses, and so I brought it in to trade with some guy, his viruses, give him my viruses that I'd collected. And he went ahead and fucking installed them on the computers of the school, is what happened there. He didn't tell me that he had done that, but he went ahead and booted that floppy disk up and actually installed the viruses. At least one of them or something like that got onto the computers, so I ended up being called into the principal's office, and you know, I think I got like a week expelled or something like that, you know, where you can't come in for this long. And they tried to charge my parents for the thing, for the, like, cost of hiring a computer repair person to come in. I don't know if they actually did have to pay it or not, because I was, like, adamant that, no, I brought in a floppy disk, and I traded it with this kid, and what he did with it is what he fucking did with it. Like, I was pretty... I'm not going to be rolled over on this shit and held accountable for something someone else did because I was tangentially involved. You know, I provided him with software. There is nothing illegal about that. What he does with the software is between you and him, and his parents can pay for the shit. But I was also kind of young, so I don't know that I had the spine to be completely, like, no about it, but I was as adamant as I could have been at that time that no, you don't understand. You don't get computers. You don't understand that what you're describing is incorrect. It is impossible. That's not what happened. Stop it. All right, I need to do the ordering, right? For the day, or because I didn't do the ordering and then shelf everything. And never opened the store, and we're done. Really? Wow. Wow. That's crazy that I just went off on that tangent. But between that, and I believe that was like middle school. That was around 6th grade or something like that. Between that and then like the next year or very shortly after... the vice principal, the school got new seat covers for the buses. Okay? New seat covers for their buses. So new leather had been put onto all the seat covers of the buses, and immediately some kid like slashed at least some of them with a knife on the back of them. And they had like asked a bunch of people, have you seen anybody with, you know, like with a knife and doing stuff to the seat covers? And apparently my name came up because I was mindlessly sitting there, you know, what we would call today stimming, poking the seat cover without even thinking or caring about the fact that it was new, poking it with like the pencil or something that I had in my hand. I used to do my homework on the bus on the way home, and then I wouldn't have to do homework when I got home. I had about a half-hour, 45-minute ride. I was being bussed into a really nice area from a poor area outside. So I was at the end of the loop, and I had about a half-hour, 45 minutes, and so I'd just do my homework on the bus, and then I'd get home, and I could just watch cartoons. And wait for my mom to come home and yell at me for something that I had no control over, because that was basically how I grew up. Was she was single mom working, and she'd come home angry at the world and just take it out on me. Just, oh, you didn't clean up the dog shit. You didn't, like, even if I tried to clean up the dog shit, you know, she'd yell at me for not cleaning up the dog shit. So I'd try to clean up the dog shit, and then she'd come home and yell, why aren't the leaves? If the tree, why did you rake the leaves? I'd rake the leaves and clean the dog shit, and the dishes. I always have to do that. Just every fucking day, she'd find a way to take something out of me. I'm like, you know, I know you just had a long 8-hour day at work, 9-hour day at work. I just had a long 9-hour day at fucking school. We're both getting home from something, bitch. Why you gotta take your fucking shit out on your child? But, I would do my homework on the bus, so I had the pencil in my hand, and apparently other kids would see me, like, poking the pencil into the, just idly, mindlessly poking the pencil for that, you know, tactile pop into the back of the thing. So they went from somebody slashed with a knife to, we've got word that this kid was poking a pencil. So the vice principal interrogated me. In 6th, 7th grade, interrogated a child for like 45 minutes to an hour and 15. I want to say it was an hour and a half, so I'm because it couldn't have been that. It just couldn't have been that. So it's got to be around an hour. He interrogated me and tried to get me to confess to something that I hadn't done, and at some point said, let's go out and look. Let's go out and look at the damage. And so we, like, walked out to the buses, and he sat me in front of the slashed thing, and I said, yeah, no, I was poking, I admit, I was poking them with my pencil. I didn't have a knife. I couldn't have done this. It's impossible. Just, so after that, after, like, the vice principal of a public school interrogated a child and tried to get them to admit to something that they hadn't done for, like, an hour, my parents pulled me out of Lake Orion public schools for the next 2 years, and I went to a Christian school, behind, in a mobile home, pair of mobile homes behind a church. So, which is why I don't know much about, well, I think I've caught up at this point in my life to some extent, but I feel like everybody knows a little bit more about world history than I do. World War I, World War II details, stuff like that. I never had to study that because I was studying the Bible. Our history lesson was, you know, Deuteronomy instead of the recent wars. Saying you didn't virus those computers, but just walking in the building with a floppy disk that happened to have some malicious code. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we were, oh, what? Jesus. I wasn't even touching the keyboard, and we got that big thing of lag. Yeah, with that, I brought my viruses in, he brought viruses in, we exchanged. That's all that happened on my end of things, and then they came and said there were viruses on our computers. We had to call a guy, and, you know, that kind of thing. And I was like, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I brought my floppy in, I gave it to him, he gave his to me, I took it home, I made a copy safely without infecting my own fucking computers, by the way, you idiots. They never got to World War I or World War II in my schools, which actually were supposedly good public schools. History pretty much ended with Napoleon. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't think I got any of that either. Yeah, I missed out on history in general. I probably didn't have much interest in it either, so when it was being taught, I was a kind of math-headed dude. Which is funny because I never got the right answer. I frequently got the wrong answer in the math, but all my teachers gave me A's because they could see me doing the work. And they could see that I understood. They would look and see that I worked it all out, but I just transposed a 7 and a 3. And so I got straight A's in math, but, like, I was frequently wrong because I did, like, addition and subtraction upside down or something like that. But they would look at it, and they would, like, I was asking questions in the class, I was engaged by it, I was interested in it. They knew that I understood what I was supposed to be doing, and that if they would let me just use a fucking calculator, I would get all the right answers. So they were just like, fuck it, you got it. I don't care if you got the question wrong, technically, at the end. You know. None of these other people have any idea. The age of politics starts, I guess, and we can't talk about that in school. I was very into math, too, but as I've gotten older, I've found a lot of interesting stuff in history that they never taught in school. Yeah, I always felt like it was a big hole in my awareness of the world. I just don't know history, because but I know, Jesus. They didn't, you know what, honestly, I don't think they even taught me Jesus. The history that we were learning in the Bible, I don't remember that. I guess we did sections on Revelations and stuff, and it was all a bunch of nonsense. I don't really remember much of it. What do you want? Oh, you want money back? Yeah, we all do. Doesn't mean we get what we want. Shit, I was bouncing between topics here. I feel like I left some tangent that I wanted to go down off the table. Here, you can have the extra penny. Get out my mop radar and see. Lake Orion computer demons. Sam Jones. Getting in trouble with the viruses. Being browbeaten and interrogated by school administrators and being transferred out. Yeah, I don't know. There was something else in there that I've lost, but I know that we kind of started way back in the day. Way back in the day. I was a math and English guy. That's a weird combination, actually, isn't it? Like math and English. I was always honors English since like 3rd grade or whenever honors classes started to exist. I was immediately in honors English. I was a advanced writer from an early age, advanced reader, storyteller, comprehension, all that kind of stuff. But so yeah, I really liked English and communication in general. But I was also like enthralled by math. Unfortunately, again, probably because of the Christian Bible school, I don't think I ever I learned some trigonometry, but I don't know that I took a trig class. Maybe I did, but I feel like I missed calculus. I missed like opportunities to continue being interested in math. Like, I mean, obviously you get Pythagoras whether you do trig or not, and so some basic trigonometry comes in, but yeah, I feel like it might not have even been the Christian school as a problem. It might have just been that I hated high school. And I was so disgusted by the atmosphere and by everything that was going on that I just checked out. And I wasn't even taking the classes that I was interested in. I was just trying to get to the other end of it. I was looking for the bullshit classes and stuff that was just filling time. You know, I think I might have taken like poetry just to fill time, even though I was interested in English and stuff like that. So it was also like easy A kind of stuff. You know, you make those choices when you're disengaged. Yeah, poetry and cinema appreciation or something. We just watch movies. And then we produced our own movie. When I was in high school, I was working at the local public access station because I was interested in television and video and media production and stuff. So from the age of 16 on, I was volunteering at the public access station. And after a couple of months of volunteering there, they said, we've got an opening for an intern. Would you like to apply for the internship? And so I got an internship, and I would help out on shoots and coordinate and supervise volunteer staff and people who were taking stuff out, and they'd give me like a $50, $60 per something, I can't remember, 1 week per every 2 week. It was some amount of money. Wait, is that 33? 23 maybe even? Shit. 20, it is 23. So when I took like some kind of cinema appreciation thing in Lake Orion High School, Eventually, that turned into the whole class going to the public access station that I worked at, and like taking our course where you learn how to safely use the equipment, and then you're allowed to check it out and do stuff, and then we were supposed to use that equipment in order to make our own short film, 8-minute kind of thing for the class. So we ended up doing all that stuff. But again, it was kind of a easy A because I already knew all that stuff. And they were like, well, they were taking the class that allowed you to take the stuff out, having been bussed over during the school. I was just hanging out in the editing bay, chatting with my people. I had already taken that class. I was supervising people who did that. So, yeah, I hated high school. The social whatever it was that was going on there, I want to say torture. I want to say nonsense, bullshit, crazy fucking people doing crazy fucking things. That makes no sense. None of that was at all okay or enjoyable, and it significantly disrupted my experience of things that I had been enjoying in education until then. I was like, I can't in this environment. No, get me to the other end of it. My last year of high school was my favorite because I had finally gotten to the point where I was like confident enough in myself and in my own like experience of the world to say, I'm not just being a moody kid. This is stupid. This sucks. They shouldn't be allowing this environment to exist the way it is. Fuck it. And fuck this. And so my last year was my best year because I spent the time like cutting classes, walking, like leaving school grounds, because now I had my own car and I could leave whenever I wanted, leaving school grounds when they were having a pep rally by just like lying my way out of the building, disappearing from gym class through the service corridors and unlocked doors that they shouldn't have left unlocked, and I would just like, slip away while the class was doing track and it's hard to tell who's missing, and go up and just hang out on the roof of high school for gym class. Fuck it. And I never got caught for anything. I never got caught. I never got punished for any of it. I was smart about how I moved through the building, and I left when I knew that no one would notice, and that was my best year. Having spent so much time on the roof, I actually considered like doing some kind of prank for the end of, a senior prank kind of thing for my last year there. And the idea was we had the high school had just been built, very expensive new thing made by white suburbanites, upper middle class people who had created Lake Orion, the city of Lake Orion. It was well-to-do. That high school ended up being like the largest, aka most expensive high school in the country or something like Oakland County, Michigan was the richest county in the United States of America for a while, and I was being bussed in from a trailer park on a dirt road to go to this, highfalutin high school. And I felt it, boy. So my idea for like a senior prank that I would do as a go fuck yourself, I hated this, screw all you preppy rich motherfuckers, was to just get a big tarp and throw it over our lunch room. Had a big like gazebo topped glass window over like a dome, a glass dome over the top of the lunch area, which was a lunch courtyard specifically. It wasn't like, we pushed the tables out in the gym for lunch. No, we had a suburban mall version of a lunch area because it was such a rich area. And they'd pumped all this money, tax money, into the public school. So I was just going to throw a tarp with something written on it, maybe even just a big middle finger painted on it, or I don't know, but something like that over that window for the last day, because I had spent time on the roof, knew how to get up there, and it wouldn't be that hard to do. But I think I didn't do it just because, again, it was like too much effort, and I didn't want to risk anything when I knew I was getting out finally, I didn't want to put myself in a situation where it's like, well, we're going to take some credits away from you and make you stick around longer since you hate it so much here. It's like, I'm getting out, just got to stay on good behavior, not shiv anybody. And another 2 weeks. Or 2 weeks, grit my teeth, get through it. Oh, Jesus, look at that. Waterfall of cascading boxes. But yeah, I didn't like it. Lake Orion High School. Look that stuff up, too. Look up Lake Orion High School. Like, they made it. It was a Frank Lloyd Wright architectural, like, what? This is a high school? And and if you pull it up on, like, Google Maps and look, there's, like, a neighborhood that's right next to the high school that is just exclusively upper middle class people. It's the same house, like, same 3-story house, I think. Over and over and over again. 3-story house, 2-car garage, front yard, backyard, over and over and over again in a planned community for people who have, for just exactly the yuppie, the upper middle class yuppie looking for the good schools. We want a good school. We make $300,000 a year. We want a nice house. It was the American dream with the, and I and my friends in that high school, well, I had like one good friend who lived in the trailer park with me, and he was able to sort of keep up appearances and wear the Abercrombie and Fitch and look like he fit in with the class, the upper class that we were going to high school with. I didn't want to. Eventually, I tried. I actually was a fat kid when I was coming in to that high school in like my freshman year or something like that in the high school, and by age 16, when I was coming back to class, I had become anorexic. In order to like drop all that weight, I was eating 1 meal a day and working out every day of the week. And so I had dropped down to like 126 pounds or 100. Actually, back then, because I was a kid, I was short. That might have been like 118. It sticks with me, 118 pounds, and that was. I thought I looked good in the mirror, and everybody else was like, "Eat something. Your bones, your cheeks are gonna like scratch me." I literally had anorexia. Like I was never diagnosed or anything, but just looking back, absolutely, I was anorexic. So, like, after I had, like, crafted my body into something that I thought, was, something that should fit in, something that looked good, then I tried to, like, I borrowed all my clothes from my friend who had the, Abercrombie and went to the mall and got the nice clothes. They lived in a trailer park, but his mom had a good job, and so she was able to, like, because they lived in a trailer park, they had the disposable money to buy the nicer things living in the trailer. So I borrowed his clothes in order to try and fit in and look more like these people and that kind of thing. And that lasted for a week tops that I borrowed his clothes. I was so uncomfortable, and I realized that it didn't make a difference. I felt like I was phony and fake and didn't like doing it. And then also, it wasn't like I was getting treated any differently. I suppose you'd have to commit to it for a while, and I don't know. But I just realized I can't do this. I'm not a poser. And so instead, I focused on, there was a girl in my class named Jessica Roper. And I had a big crush on Jessica Roper very much because, this is how I describe Jessica Roper. She smelled like ferret. The clothes that she wore in were definitely picked up from a pile of clothes in her room that had not been laundered, that these were 2 weeks old. Somebody needs to do the laundry and nobody has. Jessica Roper showed up to school every day and she just didn't give a shit. She hung out with the goth kids and she did her makeup a little bit goth, you know. She did her eyeliner and stuff like that, a little goth, but she wasn't even making the effort to like dress up goth. She didn't give a fuck. She came in comfortable clothing. She looked comfortable. She was wearing hoodies and sweatshirts, and she was not trying to look like anything for anybody, even the crew that she ran with, which was the goth crowd. And I just loved that. And she was an inspiration to me of just like self-confidence and not following the crowd and not wasting all of that nervous energy trying to fit in with people, just hanging out with whoever happened to, you know, whoever happened to align with your ideologies. Not caring what people looked like, not caring what you looked like, and she became my inspiration, and I wore comfortable ass sweatshirts and hoodies and jeans that weren't trying to make anybody look at my ass, and I wrote something like really, I don't remember what it was, but I wrote something really meaningful in her notebook, or in her yearbook at graduation. I was writing, you know, because I was always like a comedic fellow, so I was going around writing funny, stupid things into people's yearbooks. Because even though I wasn't like running with any crew, like, or with any of the groups, like pretty much everybody in the school was like, yeah, go ahead and sign it, like to everybody. Everybody could sign everybody's yearbook. They were handing it around, and so all these girls were like, sign my yearbook, because the first girl who said, here, sign my yearbook, I wrote something in it that was like, oh, I'll never forget that night when we got naked in your pool and your dad, stuff. Like, it was just, I made up a ridiculous scenario, and she loved it, and she showed it to somebody else. They're like, write one for me. And so I just kept writing them all. And then Jessica Roper came over and was like, you want to sign mine? And I was like, do you want something funny or do you want something serious? Because she was my inspiration and she didn't know it, and I had the crush on her. It was never, you know, she was always with a guy who she like married out of high school, so it was never going to be anything. But so I offered her, you want something funny or you want something serious? She was like, I don't care. And so I took the opportunity to like write in there that she was like, her self-confidence and disconcern with, you know, the bullshit that had been going on in the school was my inspiration, what helped me get through the 4 years of hell that I suffered at Lake Orion High School amongst these yuppie preppy. And it wasn't just that they were yuppie and preppy, it was just like that fucking high school mentality. I mean, you're all kids and you don't know how to socialize and all that kind of stuff, but it's just vicious, you know, the circles that the crowds that people form together, and how they're all like based on that we're our group and everybody else is not our group, and so fuck all of those other people who aren't our group. It just nasty stuff. And it made me like in later years, I have considered the idea of maybe like uniforms in schools is a good idea. You know, like as much as I'm a freedom of everything kind of a guy, like everybody should just be able to do in schools, you know what? Having been through what the prisoners do when they get the keys to all the cells, having lived through kids treating each other, how they treat each other, when they're allowed to have that like level of freedom and to rip on each other for what they're wearing and to just create these in groups and out groups over and over again. Maybe you should just force these kids to fucking all look the same way and just take a few things off the table. 7 boxes of garlic. And I save $30. Yeah, sure, I don't care. Got paroled into the real world. Yeah, they picked the social skills from their parents. Probably too. Yeah, it's not. You know, it's the classism was fucking thick, and it was such a wealthy area, so there were the racism was thick too. There were like 5 black kids in the whole school. It was the school, this high school, one of the largest in the country, had like over 1,000 students in it. Because they had built it huge. You know, usually there would just be 2 schools, but they decided to pour all their money into one. It had like 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools. It had indoor-outdoor tennis courts, and I think we might have had golf somewhere on the premises. I'm not sure. There was an ROTC course out back the high school. We had everything. We had fucking everything because they were rich and they could just do that, which is also something that shouldn't be allowed. Like the money, the money that gets collected in order to fund schools should not be, you shouldn't be able to put it in from your community to your community. It should all be, the taxes should be collected and redistributed, you know, in order to provide equal opportunity to all people everywhere in the public school system. I shouldn't have gotten more opportunity or a better access to an education or better equipment in our, like, videography courses and stuff like that I took. We would, you know, I shouldn't have gotten all that unless everybody gets to have that. But I got that because I was a poor kid getting bussed into a rich neighborhood, and the rich neighborhood used its excessive local public tax dollar in order to make themselves a public school that had the facilities of an expensive private school. And you can say, well, that's a good thing, because then some kids like you got bussed in that were poor into the rich area, and it's like, no, that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. The money that is, you know, concentrated in this area should be taken out of this area and distributed to everyone equally so that we have one fully functioning public school system from Compton to Oakland County, Michigan. You know? From Detroit Public Schools, which are absolutely awful down here, for the reason that there's not enough tax money coming in from the, I mean, for the reason of racism, honestly, because it's not even the tax dollars. We got 3 fucking casinos in this city. We've got all the sports stadiums. We've got incredible amount of money coming and moving around in downtown. It's not that the city doesn't have the tax dollars. It's racism. It's that the tax dollars get recycled into the things that the white people come to Detroit to use. They stay on Woodward Avenue, which is where, you know, where all of the white people do their transactions and come down and use our city like the Moulin Rouge every weekend. But I digress. A local community should not be able to pour its excess resources into its school and still claim that that's a public school. That's not right. There should be a standard that all schools are trying to live to. And you can have a little bit more, but a little bit more should be being spent in the places that are historically disenfranchised. A little bit more should be being given to the people who are, you know, who don't have the opportunity. Not to the rich kids who have the opportunity, whose parents could afford to send them to a private school. The more should not be spent in Lake Orion. The more should be spent in Pontiac, which is a 15-minute drive away. And their schools look like, you know, most schools across the country. Well, Lake Orion has a fucking Frank Lloyd Wright architectural wonder for its fucking high school. It's not right. It's not right. It's white people who have all of the privilege and all of the advantage concentrating it and using it for themselves. It's racist. It's classist. It's all of the ist. And it's not okay. It's people being greedy and choosing not to think about the influence that they're having on the world. Because they like what they're getting out of it. And that's how I grew up. And, when you're a kid and you're growing up in that, and everything about this feels wrong for a million different reasons. You don't know what the reasons are. You don't have the sensibilities to understand why it is that you're disgusted. And then you grow up and you look back and it's hard to sort of, like, just recognize, I was right the whole time. Freckles says, I'm terrified of how things are going with the dismantling of the public school system. I don't have any children, and I don't anticipate having any children in this life. I anticipate, dying without an heir. I could foresee in a world where Lady Pawn and I actually end up on our feet and have money and stuff like that. I could foresee us adopting. But other than that, like, I don't have any children, and so I'm so checked out on the politics for this second Trump administration. I don't know what's going on out there, and I don't want to know. It's just going to make me feel bad about things that I have no control or authority over. I didn't vote to create that situation. I have used my platform to speak against that situation very loudly, and frequently to the detriment of any possibility of having a larger audience. And so I'm not going to harm myself by concerning myself with what these bastards are doing with the power that they have acquired. I did what I could to keep them out of the power. But I say that just to be like, I don't know what's going on with the public schools in this country. I don't expect them to be getting any better, because, the Democratic Party is no solution to the problems in this country. And so even where Democrats have power, it's like, they're not going to be the ones to reform how schools are funded. They like it. The Democratic voters are the ones in Lake Orion who set up that high school. It's just a mixture of wealthy conservatives and wealthy liberals. It's capitalist, socialist, communist. I've always respected the way you use your platform. Yeah, well, thank you, Frackle. The platform is very small because of the way that I've used it. But it's I can't do it any other way. I don't have it within me to not speak against things that I feel need to be spoken against. It would be very hard. I have thought about it. Occasionally I think about, like, what if I made, like, a different platform and just committed 100% to this is just going to be comedy, and I'm not gonna be political, and I'm not gonna anything. It's gonna be like full 100%, just the laughs, just the, like, because there is an argument to separating them as an art, as an artist. Like, it's just a different, one canvas for one thing, a different canvas for a different thing, and it's very hard to create those moments of complete and total hilarity, of just free, nothing held back laughter when the topics of political relevance are on the table and of social relevance are on the table. Everybody's just a little bit more closed. You can't, the audience needs to open itself to be able to have the complete and total breakdown laughter moment. Oh, right, I bought a bunch of these on wholesale special. And so it's just like, that experience is very difficult to create when you're in an environment where people are, where topics certain topics are on the table and might come up, there's always a level of defensiveness to get everybody to drop their guard enough to truly like have that moment of humor. It's justified to say, I'm going to take, politics off the table entirely. But I could never, ever, 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 ever work in such a way as to have no outlet for the politics, as to always just keep trying to smile, and like, I would never do that. I could not, and I would not be a good person. I would not think of myself as a good person if I did. But I have considered, like, maybe you do like just a completely different platform where it's just the funny. But then here's the thing that occurs to me whenever I think about that. I think about that, and then I think the funniest thing to me that I could do with a platform that was just about the funny would be to then, like, insert massive, horrific politics every now and again, right? Just, like, platform-destroying political fucking commentary. That becomes the funniest thing to do. When you say, this is a safe space for comedy only, we're not going to do any politics, then it's like, then it becomes the most hilarious thing you could do with it, to suddenly interject some kind of world-ending political abortion discussion. To just drop something that is going to just turn off at least 50% of the audience. Now that's hilarious to me. And now that becomes the funniest thing to do. But, where did this all start? This all started, we've gone through high school now. Like, these have been some interesting last couple of live streams. It all comes out of the fact that I have nothing to talk about recent because I'm completely immersed in this 3D modeling class that I'm taking. So it's all got to come from somewhere else, so I'm just reaching to the past. It works very good to just reach to, like, what are the stories from the past that we could talk about. So those are my high school recollections, naming some Sam Jones and some Jessica Ropers as influential people in my experience of adolescence and growing up, and how I decided what was important and what was bullshit, and how I grew, my own spine, living in those scenarios. But I had started out the day just talking about, like, novels and stuff, and I think I'd like to go back to that if I can remember, like, some more. What are novels that, like, what are the classics that you've read, like, college level stuff? Because I went through, I discovered Hermann Hesse. Hermann Hesse is an incredibly influential author on my perspective of reality and of literature in general and of what literature can do. Hermann Hesse is, philosophical. He writes about, things that matter to the human condition, ontological. He's definitely influenced by Eastern philosophy and religions even, but in a way that is, I don't like to say that. I wouldn't say it's religious. I would say it's spiritual, and I may have read everything by Hermann Hesse, Narcissus and Goldmund, Siddhartha, Steppenwolf, the Glass Bead Game. The Glass Bead Game is very hard to get into the Glass Bead Game. It is Hesse's magnum opus, and there's 50 pages that it starts with that I feel like are a firewall, that he put it there to let you know you're not ready for this. Until you have read everything else that I've ever written, don't even try to come to this, because I feel like the first 50 pages are just something you read to... It's the price of entry. You don't even retain anything from those first 50 pages. You will only continue reading if you trust Hesse, and you trust that he's going somewhere and that this is going to turn into something. And it does. But the Glass Bead Game is hard. It's hard to penetrate. And then even after you've read it, it's like it's hard to talk about it or to, you know, have a commentary on it or something because it's just so out there. It's so wild. Yeah. So Hess is a very influential person who I got out of just reading the classics, you know? Going through that classics list. Jekyll and Hyde, says Prosecutor in Walton. I don't think I've read it. I haven't read any Sherlock either, any Holmes. I think my awareness of like British literature is starts and ends with Dickens, huh? Like the important pieces of British literature are just not there. And maybe it's just because those stories had all been told to me 900 different ways, as not written literature, and so it felt like, yeah, I mean, I know the story. It's like, oh, I'm gonna what? You read the original, and I already know what's gonna happen. But so Frankenstein, stuff like that, Mary Shelley, nope. But what have I there was a moment, Don Quixote, Don Quixote I've read. I love Don Quixote. And I love it, apparently wrongly. Like, never I've read dissertation, like conversation about Don Quixote, looked at it, its historical relevance and stuff. It's supposed to be like taking the piss out of the nobility and out of the knighthood and stuff like that. It's supposed to be like critiquing, is how it's apparently been interpreted. And I'm like, what I like Don Quixote for is Don Quixote is a man of honor who maybe he's crazy, maybe he's kind of he sees things differently than everybody else around him, but he's a good man, a man of honor, of dignity, and who will defend something that he thinks is worth fighting for. And so, coming from the modern world that we live in, that's what I appreciate Don Quixote for, is that, these are character traits and moral personality and stuff like that we just don't get anymore. Like, that's not part of our world. Our stories are about bad people. And so I like Don Quixote for the same reason that I like Miles Hendon in Charles Dickens' works, which I think was also supposed to be like a kind of tongue-in-cheek, like, Miles Hendon, can you believe this guy? I like Miles Hendon because he's fucking noble. Because he believes. He's a true fucking believer. Miles Hendon has lines like he's talking about that little bitch, Oliver Twist, that I hate. But he's talking about Oliver, and he's saying things like, he's making declarations to himself that I will be this boy's brother and his keeper, and I shall watch over him, and no one shall lay a hair or lay a finger on a hair of his head, lest they have to confront me. If they harm this boy, they may order their shroud, and they will need it, though I be burned for it, for I am Miles Hendon, and I shall protect this child. And it's just like, fucking yeah, Miles, you get it. You go get it, Miles. Fucking yeah. That's how I feel about Miles Hendon. It's not a joke. It's yes. Men who have honor and who believe in something. More of them, please. Can we have those? And so, yeah. Apparently there was a big pushback against sort of the nobility and so these were pokes at the old sensibilities of the knighthood and blah 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 blah. But I read them and I'm like, we need more of those today. It's been about 400 years since 400 or 500 years since Dickens was writing his take on this stuff, and in that time we've gotten too far away from the nobility. Not necessarily from the caste order. I'm not talking about like the hierarchies of the nobles. I'm talking about just of honor and integrity and decency, and of being willing to throw yourself on the sword for your fellow man and stuff like that. But so Sylvia Plath's The Bell Jar, Don Quixote by what the hell's his name? It's Cerveza. 400 to 500 years. We're in the 2200s now. I thought Dickens was writing from the 1600s. Am I wrong about that? Like, when I think about the technology and stuff, he could have been in the 1600s. Like, I don't know the history of England, so also he's talking about, he's making commentary on debtors' prisons and things like that, and so, yeah. It might be one of those things where I've classified that as being, like, mid to late 1600s in my mind, and in fact, it's 1800s, and it's because I lack the historical context. Dickens is 1800s. Shakespeare is 1600s. Okay. And, I've performed and read some Shakespeare and stuff like that, but I never got too much into Shakespeare. I get it. It's also, I like the poetry of it. I certainly like the poetry of it, but it's like Shakespeare has to be, that's the thing is, I think Shakespeare, my problem with Shakespeare is that it's, especially in the modern day, it needs to be read as poetry. You need to take it slow. You need to put weight on every word, and you need to come to an understanding of what you're reading and truly appreciate what's being said. But it's so often performed that how can you possibly appreciate Shakespeare being a modern English speaker through these performances? And I just don't think I don't think that that's the way that it needs to, like, in order to appreciate it, you need to sit with it and read it slowly, carefully, and then once you've appreciated it on that scale, now you're ready and allowed to engage with it as a play and a performance, I guess. And I've rarely taken the time to do that with any piece of Shakespeare, and so I some of it I've worked through, some of it I haven't, and it's like, I get it, but also the amount of effort that it requires to engage with this in the modern world, I could put this time into somebody else's work and get more, I think. But, yeah, that's better for me. I like that Dickens is nearer to us, in his perspective and in his writing. That's good. What else did I read from that era? Just going through the college recommended reading list. We talked about Dante's Inferno and that stuff. I pushed through. There was a bunch of American classic stuff too, like Mark Twain, and I remember reading a lot of Black history novels and stuff like that, but that were like from that Mark Twain era. And so I can't remember who the author is or even what oh, Native Son. It just came to me. Native Son was the name of the book. Can't remember the author though. Before I remembered the name of it, I was going to say Bigger. I remember a character named Bigger. And his experience of the world being very, like, palpable. Very, damn, yeah. On the page. But Native Son and several other things like that. Mark Twain, read The Time Machine, in fact, in terms of the time machine, then reminds me of a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. That's great. That is great shit. Oh, if you've never read a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, that's just entertaining. That is just fucking entertaining. Solid literature doing all of the things at once. You know, and just touching on all of the things that I like. So you get the literature aspect, you get the sci-fi aspect. You know, it's time travel. It's a fantasy of getting to go back to a more primitive people and you know, bring the advancements of modern technology to them, and have that sort of power fantasy. And it also makes you think about, when you read a Connecticut, I like saying the title of the book, apparently, Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. When you read that, it also makes you, like, think about and question, what do I really know, and do I know enough? You know? Like, if I were in this situation, I got transported today, could I teach these people how to make electricity from the things on hand? Could I, you know, fashion... Could I get a primitive engine working, like a single-stroke engine? Like, what do I know of the basic advancements of technology of, you know, my era, that if I got whisked through a wormhole, and found myself in the past and could make a better world for everyone, you know, hopefully. You're changing history if you do it, but, you know, if you're just bringing technology and advancing and, you know, that kind of thing, it's just interesting to consider, what would I be capable of? And it makes you realize what you don't know, and it might send you on some sort of self-education spirals. Get out there on YouTube and be like, so how does an alternator, you know, what? So single-stroke engine. Could you work me through this again? Basic chemistry. Help me out. And I don't necessarily think that I don't know. It's a question. What would you be able to pass on? What do you know enough that you could actually fashion from the things that were available, say, 500 years ago? You know, you've got blacksmiths, you've got a lot of different metals, you've got copper ore, you got, you know, what can you do? What could you actually do that they didn't have that you could bring? You know? Can you take some magnets and wrap them in some copper wire and, you know, rotate and, you know, get some movement? Couldn't find the artichokes. Could you generate electricity? And if you could generate some electricity, what could you do with it? You know, easiest thing would probably be to just make sparks and fire, stuff like that. But, you know, could you turn that electricity that you're making into some kind of viable work energy? In the book, eventually, our main character uses his ability to generate electricity in order to, you know, basically win a war. win an attack anyway, win a battle by just hunkering down and laying out some electric fencing for all these knights wearing big armor to, like, be trudging through and and then he looks like a fucking god to everybody else, because it's like, anybody who approaches this man falls over dead and we don't know why. It's like, yeah, better not fuck with me. Oh, hello. Did I leave my register open? Oopsie. 158. But I would encourage that too, if you have never done like a college reading list, because I wouldn't necessarily recommend college. I don't know where I stand on that. Especially in the modern world, it's like getting that paper degree is, I don't know if it's not, I don't think it's worth it in terms of the time investment. You know, especially with our access to the cold hard information that you learn at college. But there's the experience of going to college, and there's the encouragement and connections you make, and it's a networking opportunity for the rest of your life, and you do get the piece of paper if you want to go into certain fields and stuff like that. It's I don't know where I come down at, because I think it's a coin flip. I think it's a 50-50 thing. It depends heavily on what you want to do and what you think you want to do. That's the problem, right? Who knows what they want at the age that you're supposed to be going to college? Oh, what are you, 19? Okay, what do you want to do for the rest of your life? You're ready to make that decision. Pasta elbows and flour have changed in price. Right, elbows. And then flour. One of the flours, anyway. It looks like it's this one. Alright, straight down to $2, I guess. We need a live stream break. But so yeah, there's like a whole bunch of industries that don't care about the piece of paper anymore. They just want to see that you know what you're doing. The AI revolution is just fucking up the whole employment scene out there in ways that no one can possibly imagine or foresee or foretell what's going to be important, what's not going to be important in the future. The amount of money that college costs you in America at this point is an incredibly important thing to be considering. You could either be 19, starting to work and make a living and set your roots down, start to own property and move toward that 5 years before other people are going to be doing that. I don't know. How close to the end of the stream did I show up this time, says Mephistopheles. You right at the live stream break. We've only been here 2.5 hours, though, so there is theoretically at least half a live stream ahead of us, Mephistopheles, but I've been going longer than I should have gone without a break. We need a break pretty immediately. And then when we come back,
here we go again.
I guess we'll talk about college. We'll talk about what's it worth? Is it worth? I dropped out, so I've got my perspective. It was the education I was receiving was. But yeah, we'll take the live stream break. I guess I need to do the order. I don't need to do the order. I'll just suffer it. My guys are gonna stand around doing nothing in a minute here. We're gonna take that break. Is it that button? It's this button. Let me press and let me get out of the thing. 7 minutes. And when we come back, actually, here's what we're gonna do. When we come back from this live stream break, we're gonna do the chess end of this live stream, which is we're gonna review a game that I played with my buddy Brandon, correspondence that took 30 days to play this game with him. We're gonna review the moves of that game and see how it came out, just for the goddamn fun of it. And then we'll go back to Supermarket Simulator, and somebody remind me that I was gonna, see what I have to say about college, because I don't know what I have to say about college, about whether you should or shouldn't in the modern era. So yeah, stick with me across these 7 minutes, and meet me back here with a snack, with a drink, something, where we will carry on. Don't go anywhere, pawn not out. Check, check, check. Fucking. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to Twitch.tv. I already said it. You didn't hear it because the fucking button bounced. Bubble bounced. Bubbity boop. Welcome back to the streams of live. Oh, shut the music up. And then turn it back up for the next thing. And then get all my things back in place. Give me just a moment here. Recoordinate. Positioning of the 90 things I need on my second screen.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?
It's a chess game, is what it is. It's a chess. Hang on. Wait. Oh wait, I've already got it up. It's a chess game. I will have to find this chess game. And I don't suppose I'm logged in over here.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Good to be here. With a yogurt cup. Big old yogurt cup, too. There's some Chobani. 20 gram protein, 0 added sugar. It's might as well be, I don't know, like, it's gotten almost ice cream like. It's frozen yogurt is the thickness of this stuff. First time I've had this particular brand of yogurt. It's good, but it was too much for me to finish during the live stream break. I'm not logged in, right? I'm not me. I am me. Okay. If I'm me and you're you, then where's this skeleton? Scoob? No, I need to find a game. And the game would be in my... Well, if I go here, then there's another... There is a way that... Hang on, we've got a chess thing, and then if I do this, in fact, I think I'm supposed to do full screen, right? This was for playing chess, and now library and correspondence, and me and Brandon played this game. How do I get to the fucking game? What, I'm clicking on the game. How do I analyze? Okay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So, in the title, I promised you there would be chess during this supermarket simulator live stream, and we have entered the chess portion. This is a game of chess that Brandon and I played via text. Via text message over the phone. We played one move a day for 90% of the game. And at the end, we lifted that restriction on ourselves. But so this was a correspondence game over text message. We obviously both, we didn't have to say it, but we both, weren't looking at any analyses or engines or anything like that while we were playing each other. We were just playing the game. Brandon was literally playing it on a board. Physical board. I don't have a board, so I was playing it in a browser window, looking at a board that just wasn't attached to an engine. But so this is the game that we played. Brandon played black. I played white. I think this started in like January and ended in February. Is how this game went. But I started with E4. Keep it simple, stupid. And Brandon kind of immediately showed me. I mean, we're not high level players here. We're sub 1000 elo kind of guys. So when Brandon plays G6, I know what he's doing next. I know what this is about. He's playing something called the Ready. But really, in my mind, all I know is King's Indian formation. So in the King's Indian, you push this pawn. The reason that you push that pawn is because you're going to bring this, you're going to fianchetto this bishop by putting it into this little cubby here. You're going to bring the knight out, and then you're going to castle. And those are going to be like your first 4 moves. In almost all circumstances, you're going to play, you know, this to here, this guy here, knight out, then castle, and then we'll see what you're going to do next. Chess.com's Twitter made a post jokingly asking for new names for the bishop piece, and predictably the replies got filled with anti-Semitic slurs. Okay, really? I don't understand why it's predictably, but you definitely sounds like you know, the platform that's owned by Elon Musk, doesn't it? Sounds about right. I left Twitter some time ago. But so he plays this, and so I know that all of this is coming. So here's what I play. Okay, never mind. That's not what I play. I mean, you can see the moves over here. Don't look at these moves, or else you'll be cheating. I play this. I'm just playing my opening, e4, get a knight out, get closer to castling, that kind of a thing. Now I know for sure that Brandon is playing, you know, this. I knew in the first place, but now I'm like, you know what? I got this knight here. The knight actually supports the pawn up there. And you see in the evaluation here, it goes down to negative 0.3. I assumed when I played this move that it was bad. I assumed I was giving up like some advantage for white by doing it. I played it because I thought it was funny. I played it because I thought it was funny, which the reason I thought it was funny was because I know what he wants to come here. I know that he wants to come here. I know that that's the 3rd move. The 4th move is this. So if I just step here, it's like you can't develop that knight. Now, I didn't know what the correct response is to this, but I figured that there's got to be a response that just makes this a bad move for white. I've never seen this be done before. I literally played this because I'm a comedian, and I knew it would just be funny to play this move. So I played that move. And indeed, it's a bad idea, and the reason that it's a bad idea is because this is what you're supposed to. This is how you're supposed to answer this. You're supposed to come here and, you know, attack this. Now you've got 2. I've got 1 defender, and you've got 2 attackers. So that's, you know, that's a winning situation. That is, you can just win that pawn. I have to continue bringing defense to that. I don't know. I don't know where this goes. It's a very slight advantage to black, but black would have the advantage if black played here. Brandon does not play there. Brandon plays there, stopping my advance. And so the advantage returns to me, plus 0.3. Because now I've just got, I'm in your territory, you know. This is the line of black's territory, and I'm in it now, and I've got it, you know, hooked in, and now I'm going to build up around that pawn, and I'm just going to make it really, really claustrophobic on your side of the board if I'm allowed to keep this pawn. Anyway, that's my plan. So I move this queen out, which is a kind of a weird move, and look, the advantage is black's again, if anything. It's very even again. This is a very weird move to be playing like right at the beginning. You want to get your pawns forward, your knights out, bring your bishops, castle. I'm moving my queen really early. Why? I want more defense of this pawn. I am thinking this is actually a huge asset that if I can keep this thing alive, if I can keep this square, if I can hold e5 for the rest of the game, then, you know, in all the end games, I'm going to be in a really good position for queening, for, you know, being able to force a sacrifice from my opponent by threatening a queen, that kind of a thing. I'm immediately making my whole game about this pawn. Maybe it's a bad idea. Stockfish thinks that black is actually a little bit better in this position. Fuck you, Stockfish. We're human beings. We don't play like that. Black, because black can no longer develop this knight where it wants to and then castle, black decides to bring this knight out, you know, putting more pressure on this piece, which is why I brought, you know, more defenders to the piece immediately with the queen, and I start, you know, securing this even more. We're gonna, you know, I've got 3 defenders, you've got 2 attackers. I am dedicated to the survival of this pawn in your territory. At this point, Brandon decides, okay, I'm never going to be able to develop my knight there. I've still got to develop my knight so that I can castle short. So I'm going to plant the knight here. It's a very reasonable space. That's, you know, you see it in the London on White's side all the time. It's a very reasonable way to get your knight out without having to like force it to weird places on the edge of the board and whatnot. So he plays the knight there instead, and I just continue building my wall. And you know, Stockfish thinks that there was a better move there, but fuck you, Stock. It's a difference of 0.2 at this level. It's nothing. So I've now got Connect 4, and we're on turn 6 of this game. Connect 4 on turn 6. In fact, I'm going to hide the rest of the moves so that they're surprises. You don't get to see them until we start talking about them. Let's see. Okay. But yeah, so I've got Connect 4, I got all this defense of this pawn, we're solid, and I'm starting to create like claustrophobic situation on this side of the board, because if you don't get your pawns out, like this bishop is stuck, this rook isn't going anywhere, your queen's now behind the knight, this like, the only thing that can move anywhere is this bishop, and it can only come here and get taken. Nothing can move right now. This knight has, like, the only place the knight can go is there without dying. That you can't come forward from here. Actually, you can come forward there, but you can't come forward there. So, like, black has 2 viable moves without moving the pawns anyway. So you got to start pushing these pawns. And Brandon pushes his pawn, and immediately Stockfish is like, all white advantage for some reason. I don't know. This is, I think what Stockfish actually wanted for Brandon was here instead. Stockfish wanted him to attack my pawn chain here, right? If we step back, we say, what do you want? You want d6, not d5. So just bring the attackers onto the pawn chain and start breaking this structure up out or creating pressure, or I don't know. It's hard to figure out what Stockfish thinks, what Stockfish's long-term ideas are at the beginning of a game. But it likes d6, it does not like d5. Of course, in this situation, I can, en passant, I can take that pawn by playing en passant here. If you're not familiar with the en passant rule, it's in chess. I like to talk about this because in chess, there's a number of little special rules like this that all abide the same principle, and I like that there's a single principle at the center of it. The idea is that your pawn was allowed to move twice in this turn, in one move, but as an underlying principle of chess, if your piece is allowed to move more squares than it would usually be able to move, you have to play as though both of those turns took place. And that means that when you moved like this, you were both on this square and on this square, and it means that your piece is sort of still there, and I can take it. In this turn, I can take it because you played there, and I have the opportunity to take it. The same rule applies to castling. If you're going to castle and your king jumps over this square, it is assumed that your king actually took 2 moves across there, and so if you have like a bishop back here that is seeing the square, the king can't castle. It's not allowed to castle because it can't castle through check. It can't move into check, which is still just one rule. It's not a special rule that, oh, the king can't castle through check. No, the rule is the king can't move into check. And the other rule here is that even when it looks like you get to take 2 turns in one move, you are taking 2 individual turns, and if one of those turns is invalid, then you can't take the full turn. I love that about chess. I think that's really, like, elegant, to have these specialties that are actually just all... They're not specials. They're all abiding one simple-to-understand principle. So Brandon moves here, and I could en passant, but I love this pawn. I have invested my whole life in this pawn. Why would I lose, give up control of e5 and e6, or rather d6 and f6? Why would I? Why? So I don't. I say you can have that. I guess another idea here for why this is bad is because in general in chess, I think this is an idea. In general in chess, the person who's like at an advantage positionally, who is on the attack or who's building an attack, wants the center closed. Is that right? Or am I like completely reversed in my head? I think the idea is that you want the center closed if you're starting an attack, because you don't want to let your enemy's pieces, start jumping out and into the game. I want to keep you tied in the back. So here's the center, and Brandon has just closed the center for me, which makes it easier for me to begin an attack and start doing stuff. Whereas Brandon is on the defensive here. He's very, closed in. He doesn't have any moves. His pieces are all, stuck on the back 2 files. Yeah. So, him closing the center, that's another, broad concept for why that's bad. I move bishop to whatever this is, g5. And mainly I wanted to come here, I think, just because I am trying to shut down. I'm focused at this point on binding Brandon. I'm looking at his position and saying there's no good place to go with any of your pieces, and I want to make it so that there's even less good places to go with your pieces. So I don't want your bishop to be able to move here or here. I want to have eyes on, I want to pin this knight to this queen so the knight can't move. The knight could come here in the last turn. Now the knight can't come there because I get your queen. So I'm just binding Brandon in every turn. Brandon plays one of his pawns forward, and there's a really good idea behind this move, I think, anyway. When I saw this move, I knew that I needed to defend against it, immediately, because the idea here is after a5, b6, and then bishop a6, which targets the queen. This just, starts to give life to Black's claustrophobic position right now. You get this forward, you get this open, now you've got ideas here, you've got, you could actually try and do a rook lift or something like that, but you just give life to your position where right now it's just completely dead and locked down, and there are some really scary things for me once those pawns are in position where I have to constantly be looking out for a situation where you can, give a check and win my queen or something. So I see this, and I'm like, I gotta do something about that pretty immediately. And what I do about that is I develop my knight to a3, which is usually a bad thing to do with you don't want to develop your knights to the edge of the board unless there's a good reason behind it. You want to come out here or here. These are way more likely to be a good move than coming here. But the reason why this is a good move is because once it allows me, if Brandon does get that bishop free, then if he ever brings that bishop, I just step in and block it. And now you can take, but then I take back. And so that gives me defense for the queen long term. It also gives me a little trick that we're going to see a little bit later here, very, very soon, actually. But so I'm very proud of seeing this in this move, regardless of what Stockfish thinks. I don't know. Stockfish doesn't hate it. Brandon castles, and suddenly I've got a whole bunch of advantage. Probably only if I play a certain thing, and apparently it's h4. You want me to immediately, lock in my bishop and kind of start this king-side attack, the same-side attack? Because, look, I'm now ready, after having moved the bishop out, I'm now ready to castle long. I can castle long, which means I can now use all of these pawns for a king-side attack. So I guess the game is telling me, go for it, buddy. And I do! Played the best move there. Best move, number one, anchoring my bishop into place. The pawn is protected by the knight. I've just got very good piece coordination right now. And, most importantly, I have begun this king-side assault on my opponent. Brandon answers back, moving the queen over, and look at the advantage there. Suddenly I get even more advantage with this move. Brandon and I sat here yesterday trying to figure out what the idea behind this move was. And I was like, it's either to coordinate with the rook, because it's been a long time since we played the game, so Brandon couldn't remember why he moved this. But it's got to be something to either coordinate with the rook. You move this pawn forward. I take, you take, I take, and everything falls down. Eventually, this rook is here, and then your queen's right there, and it steps in behind it, and you got a battery down the middle or something. I don't know, moving here was either about that, or it was like about this, maybe, because maybe you can bring the bishop and the queen to the same line and something profit. I don't know. But Brandon moves there, and here's where my trick comes in. Did you see it? Have you seen it yet? Have you like, what's the best move right here for me? I mean, you can look at the over here and find it, but I actually played the best move, and it's b5. Why is b5 the best move? Because after b5, it's c7, and that's a fork of the queen and the rook. So yeah, in a correspondence game, you don't expect to like get the opportunity to fork, and I don't think you expect to be forked either, because we're all like playing, you know, we're trying to see every move and thinking it out, and you've got all day to kind of think it out. But yeah, Brandon must have had some like blinders on for like a specific plan that he had in mind for how this is all going to collapse, because this is where all the activity is. So it makes sense that we're both sort of getting stuck in our ideas about here. So if here, then takes, then takes, then takes, then takes, then where do we go there? And he wanted his queen here for some reason. But that left him open to this fork, which means now, immediately after having moved the queen there, the best move is to move the queen to d7 or d8, and Brandon plays the best move back to d7. You just gotta like, he went from here to here in 2 moves because he didn't see the fork coming. So that gave me a, you know, I won some tempos there, and I've now got a hell of a position for this knight too. It's pretty good. The only problem is it's easily threatened if this knight like jumps out, or I mean, if it's willing to sacrifice. But if we can get this knight out of the way, maybe push this pawn first, something like that, then it's pretty vulnerable there. So I should probably lock that in. I thought my next move was that, which apparently it wasn't. What does it say? So Stockfish wants me to play h5. It wants me to just continue this pawn. h4, h5, get in there, break open the king. Is going to be good for you long term. I decide apparently to bring g4 first, and I think that's just, you know, create support for h5. Before I do h5, I'm going to, you know, be able to lock that in. But it also might be, like, everything's happening right here, so it's hard to remember what my thinking process was, but, you know, I know that the bishop, like, this is all going to start to collapse sooner or later, and so having this here might also be something where it's like, and then that ends up there, but then I could step there and push the rook back, who knows. Brandon plays knight back, which puts an attack on my knight. Remember I said it's weak. In fact, knight back to a7 creates 2 attacks on this knight simultaneously, so that's some pretty dangerous stuff. And, you know, my answer, the Stockfish likes me just going ahead and taking on a7, but I think, you know, I felt like it was a better idea to block the advance of this pawn and, you know, start to prevent the inevitability of an attack on my queen's side by going ahead and locking in this knight. I don't know if you take. I guess this is a slightly worse move because I think it just goes take, 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 take. No, you can't do that. So it is actually protected, even though there's 2 attackers and there are 2 defenders here. I wasn't counting my queen as a defender. But so now I've got the knight anchored in. Brandon plays this one, and the advantage is up to 3 points for white with that move. Again, I think that what did Stockfish want for Brandon? C5. It likes C5. It likes this. I guess just trying to break up the structure of my my pawn chain here, of my connect 4. It also likes just taking this knight, getting rid of this knight is a long-term problem. Maybe Stockfish likes the queen there too, and wants to get rid of this knight so that you can actually have the queen there without threatening the fork. I don't know. But Brandon plays this, and I had the option earlier of doing the en passant. It wasn't forced in that situation. It is technically, according to the rules of chess, forced in this situation. I have to en passant. That's a chess meme. Is en passant forced? Do you have to do it? In this situation, I decided that it was best to go ahead and take, and in fact, Stockfish agrees. Best move that maintains the advantage at a 3.5 takes here, which it was hard to do because I've been protecting this pawn the whole damn time, and now the pawn still has a defender, but it's take and take and then take, and then I can't, like, you know, retake. It ends up being even if we go down that road, but whatever. So, yeah, sure enough, Brandon goes ahead and takes the pawn, and then Stockfish says best move for you is to just go ahead and take that bishop back, and I say, what do I want the bishop for when I could have the rook? And Stockfish is like, well, it's an idea, but I am going to take about a point of your advantage away for that idea. It's a bad idea, I guess. I didn't like the idea of taking here and then having the rook retake, and then I don't have like an attack on that rook or anything, and then the rook is just closer to... I'm playing this binding game. Keep him back there. Keep him behind. Look at this line that I've established, you know? Where does Brandon exist on the board? And it's like all this. That's your space. Look at all the space I'm taking. So I move here to threaten the rook. We've just traded pawns. That's all that's happened. Why don't I threaten the rook? Forces you to move the rook. I'm winning a pace. What is it like? It likes going ahead and taking my knight. Second best, it likes stepping forward with the rook. I don't see what that does other than you manage to keep this file, which I guess is all that really matters there. We can step off this line. I mean, here's the thing, though. Stepping off this line, there's a lot of pieces between you and it, but look at this. It's not bad. It's not a bad situation for black to have that rook on the e-file. Because if these pieces ever get out of the way, which, you know, just come here and then this and then that, and then, like, you're going to get those pieces out of the way. If that rook ever sees my queen, that's what do you call it, a skewer? That's a skewer, and you win my queen. I can't defend that. Maybe I can jump in front of it or something. Depends on the situation, but... so I play here saying, I want your rook. Brandon steps the rook out of the way and apparently the wrong direction, which gives me back some of the lead that I gave away by moving there. And then I step this pawn forward in order to go ahead and threaten that bishop again. Again, because I'm just trying to restrict black with pretty much every turn here. So this bishop can't come here, gets taken. It can't live here, it gets taken. It can't live here, it gets taken. Only place that it can live is right there. However, Brandon finds this move, and Stockfish hates it. But it spooked me because I didn't see it. I remember at this point in the correspondence game, I just didn't see this coming at all. I had kind of forgotten that the knight could go there, because nothing can go anywhere in this position of Brandon's except that knight. The knight has a place that it can go, and this knight, I guess, could go there without being taken, but pretty much everything else is like, you just can't move, and I had forgotten that it can move there, so when it did that, I was like, whoa! It actually isn't scary for me, and Stockfish loves it for me, and all that I need to do is go ahead and take that bishop with this pawn, and Stockfish will be very happy. If I'm not going to do that, then Stockfish would like me to go ahead and get rid of this damn knight eventually. Like, you guys have been staring at each other for way too long already. So just go ahead and take that bishop. And I don't. I don't take that bishop because I valued in this position, and Stockfish is like, you're an idiot. That's almost all of the advantage. I valued in this position more activating a piece, the only piece that hadn't been activated, getting this guy onto the line with the queen, and, oh, sorry. Sorry, wait, what? Okay. There, I accidentally just clicked on something there. But I valued activating the piece, I valued, like, getting these lines, getting these future possibilities for me, and I knew that I'm getting one of these pieces. I am either getting the bishop or the knight. So I didn't, you know, feel like it was important that I get the bishop with this pawn this way. In that moment. It's just, I'm going to get one of them. I'm going to get one of them. And I've still got this advanced pawn structure on the king side. So, I don't know. That made sense to me. That move made sense to me. Stockfish hates it. Stockfish would rather have me just go ahead and take the bishop. And it's a very weird game that Stockfish plays if you do that. Like, it collapses everything in the next few moves and stuff. Like, just everything attacks everything right here if you play that way. And I didn't play that way, so I lose almost all of my advantage. And then Brandon does this, rotates that way, takes that bishop of mine, and now my advantage comes back, and the best thing for me to do is go ahead and retake, which I do. So it's like, in my mind, I'm like, Stockfish, just settle down, okay? It's a long game. I'm gonna play the best move, just not when you think I should. That's an interesting move. Like, that works. Apparently very poorly, according to Stockfish. Stockfish, again, hating it. But it does stop the advance of my pawn. Which would have been... This is what Brandon told me. Brandon told me that he was looking at this scenario from this position and saying, oh, great. Now you got a fork. Beautiful. I would have to be able to defend the pawn there, but, you know, it's a move or two away. It's actually quite a ways away, and maybe that's what Stockfish sees. It's like, yeah, that's a fork, but it doesn't exist. You could just take it, because there's nothing to defend it, and the nearest, you're 2 moves away, and you can't even do that. You're like 2 moves away. You got to get that out of the way and step this somewhere. Do this. I don't know. Like, it's hard to defend that pawn in the current position. If it's going to move there anyway. This pawn, when it's there, very hard to defend. No, that doesn't. So I guess you go here, and then you move there. It's still 2 turns away. So Brandon plays that, blocks my advance, prevents this potential fork, which, you know, even if it's not a problem right now, it could be a problem in future. At this point, Stockfish likes me bringing the attack on the king side. Though it's been waiting for me to play h5. I played h4. Why did I play h4? Because I plan to play h5, and I do. In the game, I definitely do plan. I just want to make sure that I'm not... No. I just want to make sure that I'm not throwing anything away when I play h5, that I'm ready to play h5. There's a lot of pieces on the board right now. It's hard to see all of the possibilities. So before I play h5, which is going to be a world-burning move, I know, I want to be sure that it's going to work out for me. So let's see if we can't get some pieces off of the board. So, number 1, I take that knight that Stockfish has been telling me to take that knight for quite a while now. The reason I finally take it in this position is because now that I have this pawn here, I want to defend it, and what I want to do is I want to end up with my queen here, defending it. That's my plan. Like, I'm going to bring the knight here, checking the queen. Queen's, you're going to take that knight to get rid of that possibility. Then I'm going to, then actually, instead of taking this way, I plan to take with the queen, because I want a queen trade. I've got this pawn advanced. Positionally, I am winning. We are even in material, but positionally, I am winning. And so I just want to get some pieces off the board so that I know when I do play this move, it's going to work out in my favor. But in order to do that, I have to get rid of this knight, because if I want to put my queen there, this is a problem. That is always a problem for me. That can interrupt all of my plans. The best laid plans of mice and men go to tits as soon as the knight comes in to check my queen once it lands there, and I can't take it back. So I preemptively, I make sure and take that knight before I get started with any of the other plans that I've got for what's going to come next. Brandon retakes the knight as he has to. I move in, check the queen. He takes with the knight as expected. And now you could either do this, okay, and keep the queens on the board, or you could try and get rid of the queens too. And Stockfish, being, you know, a computer and being much more confident in how this is going to go, thinks that I should, you know, keep the queen and just go ahead and defend that pawn with this pawn, bring that pawn up there. I want the queens off the board too. My biggest threat to losing right now in what seems to me to be a winning position is that Brandon's got a queen. Got a queen, the queen's most powerful thing, and at any moment he could find like a checkmate that comes out of fucking nowhere. I don't know. It's tricky. Chess is hard, bro. So I want to get rid of these queens. Brandon moves up here, opening the way for this bishop that still hasn't moved. The entire game has gone by. We're on turn 20. This bishop has not gotten to breathe because of the way that I've played. Most of its comrades are dead and never even got off of its home square. Finally, this pawn comes forward, opens that up. But the consequence of moving that for the penalty is that now your rook's never getting out. So you had to, like, choose, do I want a life for my rook or my bishop? And Brandon chose a life for his bishop, which is probably a good idea. And he's also starting to bring this attack down the queen side, which, considering how my king side looks, I am definitely going to castle queenside if I'm ever going to castle in this goddamn game. You know, if that's ever going to happen. Oh, hey, I castled queenside finally. This was a long time coming. I was really surprised to be in turn 20 and I still hadn't castled, but it was because I had this incredible connect 4 pawn structure for most of the game. I had my opponent completely friggin' hogtied. Just all of his pieces were like, he couldn't move this because of this, and he couldn't move that because of the knight, and the knight couldn't move because of the... Everything was tied up, so I was safe in the middle here until about this moment when I'm looking at where the game might go from here, and I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta get this thing out of the center because of this. If that pawn isn't there, you know, if I were to attack there and get taken there, I mean, that doesn't quite work out for it, but if this pawn ever goes away and you've just got this move, then I lose my queen. So, I don't like that. I want to get my king out of danger finally. I trade a little bit of advantage apparently for that. And then Brandon plays what I was hoping Brandon would play, which is, do you want to trade queens? And my answer is yes, I do want to trade queens, but I don't want to be the one to take the queen, because I want to do what Stockfish wanted me to do originally. I want to end up in the position that Stockfish and I agree is best, which is with this pawn anchoring that pawn. I want to be protecting that pawn with that, because look at this. Once this pawn is here, boom. And now I've got a pawn chain, an incredibly strong little pawn chain that's very hard to attack. You got to get something back here to attack this pawn that's holding everything together, that's got me, 2 squares from queening. That's beautiful. That's the situation I want, which means I'm not going to take you. I want you to come and take me. And then I do this move that Stockfish is like, dude, why do you keep doing this? Stockfish is like, why are you moving your king? The hell is that about? The queens are staring at each other. You're moving your king. Why? I will tell you why, Stockfish. Because this pawn has no defender. That pawn has no defender whatsoever right now. So, boom is just a very credible threat on my pawn. If my king is here, I can't defend it. How do I... Well, you can defend it, like stepping up kind of thing. I think I played through that, and I didn't like what happens with my pawn structure over here in the long term when he starts moving his stuff. It's probably okay, but I felt like I needed a defense for this pawn, and so I played this so that I would have the option, if there is an attack, if the queen steps here or the bishop steps there, there's always the option of me sliding over to anchor in that pawn. And again, I played that because also, in terms of like losing the tempo, which I knew I was losing a tempo there, I don't think it really matters, because this queen trade is what I want. So I'm now just taking the turn to put a piece where I think it's best while I wait to be taken, which is what I want to happen. And Brandon obliges and takes my queen. I get to retake, and now I've got this pawn secured with, the pawn behind it. Brandon starts pushing his attack on my king on this side of things, which is, certainly the best way to play at this point in the game. Stockfish likes me going ahead and, will you please, for the love of God, finally start the attack on the h5? No, I won't, Stockfish. I will not. I'm not ready. And it's like, why aren't you ready? And the reason I'm not ready is this is a very... Pawn play is very touchy stuff. it's very touchy stuff, and you can just instantly start losing a game that you're winning because you didn't understand that once this pawn moves here and you take, then he takes, and then your king is exposed and this comes over, and pawn play is very touchy stuff. And this structure, these 4 against my 3, 4 on 3, I don't like it. I don't love it. So I'm bringing defense to my, weak pawn structure, a 4 on 3. Now my bishop is in the game and it's helping out, and there's also options to like get in and put threats on pieces back here, get behind the enemy's lines and stuff like that. It probably won't happen, but I just felt more comfortable before starting my attack getting the bishop back here so that I've got protection for my weak pawns. Brandon comes here, setting up, the move here, which then if I take there, then you have the option of taking, and that doesn't, and then take like that. Yeah, so you can trade off the rooks and stuff, and you can just open this up, start breaking this apart. So he's setting up some attack on my king on the d-file. But because he wasted time moving that and doing that, that allows my bishop to now do that crazy thing that I thought wouldn't happen, and park it right there, which means now neither of these pawns can pass, right? There are no pass pawns here. This one's a pass pawn. Except, no, it's not. It's not past you, though. But, like, these two create that pass pawn scenario. So by parking this up here, this just simplifies this whole pawn structure, and how can this possibly go? I feel so much better about my position having that sitting there. This is great. So Brandon immediately targets it. As is probably the best way to go. I don't know. What did Stockfish says get your king to safety. Park your king on h8. Because Stockfish has a plan for me right now, and it's like, do this, open that line, and get in here with your rooks. So Stockfish's plan for me means that it wants to protect the king from me bringing this rook and coming in like this. Brandon instead attacks the bishop. I still don't play I'm still not ready to play my ace in the hole because I'm still setting everything up. And, my plan was to lock this pawn into place by protecting it like this, to where it's just really hard to get at the base of my pawn chain. If you take anything up front, I can just retake it. That's some solid pawn chain right there. I do, however, lose like 2.5 points of advantage because Stockfish wants me to do this thing and start this attack. Why aren't you starting that attack? You're leaving your opponent opportunities, apparently, to set up a blockade or something. Shut up, Stockfish, is what I have to say. Bishop comes here, takes my bishop. I retake, and now I'm like, I love this position. I love this position because look at how I'm like controlling squares on the side of on my opponent's side of the board. I've got this, I've fianchettoed my pawn in this nice little house, and advancement around that pawn is unsupported by this guy. It's nice. That's a good setup. I don't hate that. Stockfish is liking it apparently too. However, it is still saying, will you please... Oh, wait, no, this is Brandon's turn now. And it's saying to Brandon, listen, he should have played this 1,000,000 times already. Will you, Brandon, please block him from being able to play this? And Brandon says, no, thank you. Because Brandon has plans to attack my king. Brandon wants to come here, get this pawn, check my king, do something. He wants this open so that we can have some kind of an end game. And at this point, we were talking about, in our text messages back and forth, we're saying to each other, maybe we should start playing more moves than one a day, because otherwise this thing's going to take like 2 months and it's going to end in a draw anyway. And I was wondering whether or not he believed that it would end in a draw, because I was looking at all the scenarios and saying, this is me winning. Like, I was looking at everything and doing the calculations and saying, I don't know this for sure, but it sure as hell seems like just the fact that I've got this pawn here and it's secured, it's not going anywhere, it's 2 squares from queening, in any end game, I win. This and like this structure, I win. is what I'm thinking anyway. But Brandon pushes this instead of stopping this advance, and finally I begin the attack that Stockfish has been like, will you please, for the love of God, just attack already? Finally I do, and I think it's at this moment that probably Brandon has the cold sweat. Like oh, shit. So if I take, I open up. If I don't take, then, like, he takes, and then he's got 4 advancing, and then they're definitely going to queen. They're going to push my king around. Like, this has always been the killer move. I just didn't know that I should have played it about 15 turns ago. I was making sure that there wasn't anything on the board that could screw up the killer move. So I finally play the move. Brandon sets up his, final attack here. He's going to double his rooks and come at me. What is actually Stockfish prefers? G5. Wow. Push past, I presume get taken. What is it? Push past. And then actually it wants me to do that. And then it wants him to do that and try and protect that from me. And then I'm supposed to take here, forcing... Oh, then it wants him to line up. And then I move here, which turns into a check. It's a discovered check with doubled pawns on this. It's interesting stuff, Stockfish. We're human beings. We don't see 9 moves ahead. Brandon sets up his double file attack over here, and I go ahead and take. Which was the best move? It wasn't. Second best move. Best move would have been to go ahead and bring this over in advance. I take here. Brandon, this is his plan, and regardless of what's happening over here now, he's got to, I think he knows now that he's, in a bad spot, and so the idea is keep playing your stuff and hope the opponent, gets nervous and abandons their attack, I guess, is the idea. So Brandon pushes, checking my king, and this is a brilliant move. I have to thank Levy from the YouTube channel Gotham Chess for this move. Levy has frequently said throughout his YouTube career, if you've got an attacker, a pawn attacker like this in an endgame, don't forget that it looks lovely when worn as a hat. Wear that pawn as a hat, because you can't attack your own piece. The pawn can no longer, move forward, and this is a better defender than one of your own pawns for you. Because, you can't even sack the rook through your own piece. So I just sidestep, and this attack has been completely thwarted. You cannot enter now, because I take. The pawn's dead in the water, and I can resume doing everything that I was going to do over here that Stockfish has been wanting for quite a while. So Brandon takes. Is that the best move? Stockfish says it's the best move, although the best move is a plus 6.3. It's a plus 6 for me anyway. Brandon takes. I invade. Is that correct? It still wants me to bring... Wow, actually, neither. Yeah, not the first or the second best move. It likes B3, but it still wants me to bring this instead. I come in, attacking this guy. Apparently it's not that bad a move. And as it recalculates, it might be just as good as B3 anyway. So second to third best move there, I'm going to assume. To attack this, but to, more importantly, I'm opening it up so that I could double on this rank, or on this file. Maybe I'm going to double, maybe I'm going to come here. It's very tricky. If you sit in this position and try and figure out, what's best, the difference between this and this is 2 entirely different universes. You go into different multiverses if you do one or the other, and they're probably both viable in some way, but it's a completely different game in either direction. Brandon moves here, and I think that was that a best move? That wasn't a best move. Best move would have been to trade? To trade the rooks. Well, yeah. To force a trade of the rooks. Second best move is to come here. I think the important part of this, actually, that what Stockfish is telling Brandon to do in this situation, is you need to get your king on the other side of one of these rooks. You need to get behind one of these rooks. Otherwise, once I get into position, the game is going to go like this. I'm going to check, you're going to move here, and then I'm going to check, and you're going to move here, and then I'm going to take, and then you're going to take, or actually, that was actually already mate, wasn't it? If I check here, like, it's either mate, or if the king is a little bit over here, it's either mate, or it's a situation where I end up just taking both of your rooks, and I'm left with one rook. So you need to get this king behind one of those rooks. Brandon is, moving the king to the left, so it's not that bad of a move, because then you can just get it behind this one. I've still got to line up my, double file rook attack. Brandon comes over and does do the thing. Now you've got a place for your king to hide behind where it's not just losing pieces and stuff like that. I come in with the check. Brandon now needs to go here to defend his own rook. He does, so now I can't take for free, but I can take if I'm willing to trade. And I'm willing to trade because this endgame isn't about rooks for me, it's about this pawn. It's about queening. Like, everything's going to happen because of that. So we get rid of that rook. I come in with another check, and now I'm on back rank here, and what are you going to do? You can't come here, you can't come here, so you got to go back. I've trapped my opponent to the back rank. They're very far away from me right now. And then this is really interesting to me. Apparently, the best move is to come over here, but of course then you just step there, and then I have to abandon that position, so it's some long-term stockfish nonsense that I'm supposed to do here. Second best move is to just come here, because then if you take, I advance that pawn, and then the king is too far away for me to get anywhere. I play this instead, and look at my advantage go to shit. Look at that. We were just at +8. +8, and I sacrificed 6 points of advantage by moving here. What is so wrong with this move? And what is so wrong with this move is that apparently you can just wear... remember when I wore Brandon's pawn as a hat? You can apparently wear my pawn as underwear for your rook. You can just sit on top of that pawn, and then the pawn isn't going anywhere, and I'm still winning. I'm still in a winnable position here with a +3, but a lot of the advantage is gone, apparently. Thankfully, Brandon does not find where my pawn is a codpiece, and instead moves back here, which allows g7, I guess, attacking this. I'm not even sure what I'm thinking anymore. Oh, I know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this, right? So Brandon brings in like an attack over here, but then this is my move, and in this position, Brandon actually went ahead and said, okay, you win. That's enough. Because, yeah, I move here and then move here, and that means if you take, I queen with check, and it's just game over. Yeah. So this is mate in 10 once you move there. What was the move that could have, like, prevented an M from coming onto the board? It was to come back and wear the pawn as a codpiece. And that would have prevented the threat from that. And then if I go there... Really? So you do that, and then what if I do this? Then you just gotta get the king out of it's mate in 22. What? That's so back here it's just +18. Okay, it's just it needed to think longer to see that it's mate in 23. So it's just you're further away from. Yeah. Yeah, it was always mate. Yep. Yeah, we just need to give the computer a longer period to think about it. Oh, you're finding something, huh? But yeah, in this position, Brandon resigned, because, yeah, you come here to take that, I mate with queen. If you don't take that, then I take, and then I queen. It's just, I win. And it was because of this pawn, which I always knew that it was going to be. After a certain point, I was like, if I can keep that, it's a positional advantage. Nobody ever had any material advantage, and that was pretty cool. For a correspondence game, you would expect nobody to get a material advantage, and we did do that. Yo, he's doing the thing that's in the name. We did some chess, baby. El Gavo, and I've just finished up with it. If you just got here, you missed the chess, actually. In review of this game...
Way to finish off the game, accurately converting your endgame advantage into a win.
Thank you, Melissa. She feels like a Melissa, doesn't she? So here's how the game went in terms of advantages there. And so I never, like, blundered a complete loss of advantage. The closest that I came, though, was right here.
You overlooked an opportunity to capture a free bishop.
When I decided to play this instead of taking the bishop and attack this, knowing that you're going to take that, but I'm going to take this, apparently this was free? How do you think it's a free bishop? Show the missed free piece. I take... Okay. That's a very long sequence.
You overlooked an opportunity
okay,
to
you can shut up. I was just seeing, like, let's say I take, then you take there. And that's the best move right on target. So what the fuck? What the fuck, Stockfish? Huh? So it's not a free bishop. If that's the best move for black, then that's not a free bishop. I don't know what you're thinking. That was a free bishop. But it wasn't free because the cost of it was my bishop. I guess Stockfish is looking 20 moves from now, you get to take the knight for free or something like that. It's not free if it's a bishop. I got a bishop, but you got my bishop with your knight. That's... Anyway, that was the biggest, like, trade of advantage was on this turn right there. The other time when black, that wasn't actually, black didn't have the advantage, though, in that situation. It was just I had my least advantage for a while. The only turn in which black had the advantage was right at the beginning when I went after e4 and I saw that he was playing, Brandon was playing like this modern opening or this King's Indian kind of structure anyway, and I knew that he wanted to come here. I was like, fuck it. And that gave black the advantage because it was a silly, I literally played it because it made me smile and I thought it would make him smile too when he was like, oh, you son of a bitch. But again, apparently the answer to this is this. And that, you know, you've got this attacked in two ways. You get your bishop open. I don't know where this goes, but apparently this is better for black than for white. So if you ever see somebody, if you're ever playing the modern and somebody just steps forward like that on you, remember, queen d6. You gotta go d6. Not the queen but the queen's pawn to 6. Yeah. Michelle wasn't impressed with that move. Michelle be tripping. That's right. That's the game, though. That was played over the course of a month via text message, and if you're playing chess and you've been enjoying chess and you want to get better at chess, I recommend finding somebody to play a correspondence game with where you only play like 1 to 2 turns a day, something like that. Really just 1 turn a day. If you can just, you know, decide that's what I'm doing, that's what we're going to do. 1 turn a day correspondence chess is great because in the course of playing this game, I played 100 games because you're only playing 1 move a day. So when you get to a position like this, I look at this and I play this position in 20 different ways and try and see where things would go if I move it. Like I played this game the way that the computers, the AIs play the game, which is that I experimented in order to find what looked like the best move to me. You obviously start from like, what do you think looks like the best move? But like, I would play out things that looked stupid and either find out they were stupid or find out actually, you know, in a correspondence game where you're only playing 1 move a day, you will play a position 20 different ways. And by the end of playing 1 game, you will have like 50 games worth of experience that you gained from just playing 1 correspondence game. It's pretty friggin' cool. It's a pretty friggin' cool experience. And I recommend it. And yeah, it was good. I won. White is supposed to win, especially, you know, correspondence. I don't know, maybe, I guess. ideally, then everything is supposed to be a draw, right? If you could all play the best moves all the time, it's a draw. 2 humans play correspondence chess. Whoever plays white is probably gonna win. I would think. But that's it. That's the game, and now we can get back to playing Supermarket Simulator. Yes? Yes. And with the porno cow. But actually, let me finish this cup of yogurt first. Anybody else play chess? Anybody else? Has anybody else played a correspondence game of chess? Ever in your life? And we're living in a universe where computers let us just share all this stuff instantaneously. And that was kind of what appealed to both Brandon and I to play a game of chess by text message, which is really weird. I liked it because it was a bit funny too. Like when I envisioned, typing E4 as the opening move onto the cell phone in order to start the game, it just seemed silly. And you know how I like silly things. But it turned into a very, very edifying, very educational, instructive experience. And now we need to start putting in our order for the day. And it was fun. We both had fun and definitely want to carry on. And I play black, give Brandon a chance to beat me as white. We've kind of already agreed that if we play another game that we're going to start with a D4 opening. Start by moving the queen's pawn instead. Just because both of us need practice with D4 openings. So, yeah, we want that to happen. Right now, I started doing this 3D Blender course, learning how to model and texture and do all that kind of stuff. I'm into week 5 of an 8-week course, and it's probably going to take longer than that because I think I've finally fallen behind in this course. It's a very poorly paced course by Game Dev TV. It's the first incarnation of it. They just need to, refine it. But I think I've finally fallen behind enough in the past 2 days that I'm just going to give up on trying to keep pace with the course, slow things down, and probably take another week to complete things over what they estimated. Pretty sure I'd be too tempted to cheat at 1 turn a day correspondence chess. Well, you gotta just play against a friend who you don't want to be a dick to, and I was the closest to cheating at any given time, not because I ever would have. It was never a temptation to do it, but I was always the closest to doing it, perhaps by accident, because I was playing in a browser window on openingtree.com. Openingtree.com shows you like what people play the most in any given position. And so I was always like 1 tab click away from having an engine tell me what is the most frequently played position or most frequently played move in any position. But it's a very small button, and so it didn't seem like I would ever accidentally click it, and I never did. And, I had no... I wouldn't, with a friend. With anybody, I wouldn't, but especially with a friend. Just look and see. And, at the time, I wasn't, like, pressed for time or anything, so I was enjoying having something to do at the beginning of the day, knowing that, Brandon's going to send me over a move as he's getting ready for, before he starts work for the day. He's going to have his coffee. He's going to send me a move. I'm going to see what his move is. And then I'm going to be able to, like, sit here for an hour and a half, having nothing better to do with my life, and look at the board and play out of, various circumstances. And I was having a good time with it. I would even, like, end up, at the beginning of the day, I would work on what I think my move should be. I'd eventually get comfortable with it, send it across, and then I'd carry on with my day, but by the end of the day, I might just come back to the board. I might just come right back to the board at the end of the day and look at some more moves. So, throughout that game, I was playing a lot of chess, and that's why I say one correspondence game can be worth, like 100 games of chess. Because you will have the time to take the time and look at all the moves and play so many versions of the same game that by the time you're done with it, you won't remember any of them, but you'll have gained a whole bunch of experience of having looked at a bunch of different ways that things go. That things can go. However, saying that, I could argue that it's actually way more valuable to just play individual games and spend the time analyzing. I could certainly argue that. I don't know which is true, but I really enjoyed correspondence chess, and I recommend giving it a try if you've never. I think chess.com has kind of a correspondence game. I think it's got like a... I think you can set it to 1 turn a day. I don't know. I've never looked closely at it. All right, let's go ahead and open the store. I'll help them get a little bit of shelving done before I have to get in there and man my own cash register. I'd also like to give a shout out to give a recommendation to that video that I've mentioned at least once before, which is by Gotham Chess. It's in his How to Win at Chess series, and it's the only video that I would bother recommending in that How to Win at Chess series at this point in time, because it's so much better than the rest of them. The rest of them are fine. You know, Levy makes good content. The rest of them are fine. Take them or leave them. Watch them, enjoy them. They're fun. You might pick up a few things. You might learn some stuff. But this one particular episode, I think it's episode number 27, and it's called How to Always Win at Chess. And the thumbnail has Levy wearing like a suit in it, in case that helps pick out which one it is. But it's How to Always Win at Chess. And it's between an hour and an hour and a half long, and he plays like 4 or 5 games against his subscribers. And the format of How to Win at Chess, the whole series, is he plays against his subscribers, and he describes as he's playing what he's thinking, and what he's thinking for both sides. He's not just playing for himself. He's playing for both sides, and he's, imagining what the best move for black would be when he's white, and for white when he's black, and he's giving you, like, his breakdown and his methodology, and he's saying, you see how we're not taking the center here. We moved here, and we should be taking the center. We have the option to put 2 pawns in the middle. So you'll pick up a bunch of tips from any one of those episodes, but the only one that I'll really recommend is How to Always Win at Chess. That particular video feels like Levy accidentally sold the cow instead of selling the milk, that he gave you like the kind of instruction that you have to pay him for, that a rich person has to pay him for to get him to come and teach their kid how to play chess, and then you get the real instruction, the I'm not holding anything back instruction. Episode 27, How to Always Win at Chess, is just so everything. It tells you everything. And it gives you just excellent advice for all levels of gameplay, starting at like 900 elo, I think is where he starts on that game. And everything he has to say for 900 is relevant for 700 and 500, Mephistopheles says you can always win by bringing a handgun and shooting your opponent. You do seem to be tempted to cheat at chess in a number of ways. I just washed this. Oh, there's another one over here. That episode is just great. It starts with a London, I believe. Go ahead and speed you up for the day. It starts with Levy playing a London. And you get really valuable information about the London. If you've ever tried to play, if you're a low elo player, and I mean a 3-digit elo player, like I am, you ever tried to play the London, it feels like it should be simple and you're getting it wrong. Like, how am I getting this wrong? I know what the move order is. I know how to put the pieces into place. And it's just because, like, the circumstances change depending on what your opponent is playing, and you're probably going to play all the same moves. In most scenarios in the London, you're going to play all the same moves, but you're going to play them in a different order. And you got to be ready to drop your bishop back once the outside bishop, the bishop that you've got on the outside of your structure, you got to be ready to drop that back if your opponent threatens to take your bishop in the middle. You want to take it in a way that you open up your rook chain. There's little things. And this particular video doesn't just give you that stuff. It just feels like it's it's 67, huh? It just feels like it's fucking everything about it. You know? Gets into a subtle position in the end game where it's like, this is a true, genuine end game. Where it's just like rooks and pawns. And, you know, you're staring at a field of rooks and pawns, and as a 3-digit elo player, you're going, how do I even, like, come up with a plan from here? It's just a board full of rooks and pawns. It's like 6 pawns to 7 pawns, and we both got 1 rook or 2 rooks or something like that. How do I even come up with, like, a plan? And beyond just, I'm going to try and gobble the pawns, but we've both got the same, like, material, so they're going to be doing that too, and you know, how do I come up with a real plan? And Levy, like, walks you through, breaks down what he's looking at and saying, like, see, now in this situation, what you want to be thinking about is you want to create a passed pawn. And where do you want to create a passed pawn? Where's the best place to create a passed pawn? It's on the outside. It's away from the center, away from the the opponent's king. So I want this trade of pawns on the left side here that's going to create a passed pawn for me on the outside of the board. Just stuff like that is just so damn. That is what I needed to hear. And it's the whole damn video, every single game. It just feels like he was in a completely different mode than usual. Seems like he probably, like, got done educating a paying student and then recorded a video and forgot that that he usually holds something back. You get everything in that video. How to Always Win at Chess by Gotham Chess, episode 27 or something like that of the How to Win at Chess series. Highly recommend. The only chess video I'll recommend, actually. Yeah. The only video that I would bother recommending for getting better at chess. For entertainment in chess, I do quite like the How to Lose at Chess series that Gotham Chess has. But I think I like the older ones better. Levy's sort of persona has changed over time. And it's not like... not a criticism. It's not a criticism. We all change over time. But I just kind of like the smell, the attitude, and the flow of the earlier stuff to this, to the modern stuff. And that's good entertainment, because, again, you're getting some education, because he's pointing out why things are bad and why this is stupid, but, you know, you're watching people play chess the way that you play chess, which is blundering your queen and you know, just completely wrecking yourself. Just opening up a line that's like, that's a mate. You just created a mate. Oh, your opponent didn't see it because your opponent's as bad as you. Oh, and now you've got mate because your opponent's as bad as you are, but you didn't see it. Oh, and you hung your queen. But your opponent didn't see it and didn't take your queen, so now you can take his queen because they're still staring at each other. It's not cheating if your opponent is rich. The point of the game is to kill the rich guy. Oh, I see. Because rich people tend to play chess. Is that what we're saying? It's a classist game. Built on the oppression of the people by a ruling class, kings and queens, monarchs, warfare where you sacrifice the little pieces in order to keep the big pieces strong and get them more territory. Yeah, it's all capitalism. It's all capitalism. Where do you go? I know it's in the cleaning section. I just have no idea. It's got to be one of these two. Okay. Now I know. In future, I'll know. You guys need my register open? No? Alright, today's goal in the game here in Supermarket Simulator was to expand our storage room so that we'll be ready to buy into new licenses. The licenses are incredibly expensive now. $12,500 for the license. And then, of course, buying into a license also has the expense of buying into the goods that you purchased, sometimes having to support it with new equipment. So you never want to buy into a license just having what you need to buy into the license. You want to have, like, a couple $1,000 extra. Yeah, just keep the penny. I don't mind. Where'd you get the blue hair? It's one way of telling people to get the fuck out. Stare at them weirdly. Shout at them about their appearance over the comms. Any day now. $0. You gave that for free. You're fired. You're fired. Thank you for coming. Please stay away. 2 products not found. 1 found too expensive. Damn it. We've still got... Well, it might just be one of those products that I've got, like, it's a penny over. Oh, it's a penny beyond what it's supposed to be. Oh, it's too expensive for me. We end the day with 15 grand. Ice cream vanilla is on sale. I don't know what's what here. That's vanilla and strawberry. That doesn't look like plain vanilla, but neither does po-po-po, so it's this one. No? Okay. Which ice cream? It's this one. It just called it vanilla, but it's vanilla and strawberry. You liar. You liar. So how much does it cost to expand the back room here? Because... yeah, we need space. I also need to reorganize it, but I just kind of don't want to. Storage? 3,600. Done. Maybe we expand it twice. Because... nope. Nope, that's great. Okay. This is great because it gives us more room, like freezer room and stuff. And that's how I wanted to keep things organized that way. So let's start moving things down. Actually, before I start doing that, let's do the order for the day. While I'm organizing, my guys can be stocking the shelves. Ooh. And it was already looking like maybe a light order day. And then I had to start clicking. Should be selling all of these below market value. What are you, a capitalist? I did actually consider at some point, like, doing, like, trying to figure out what the minimal profit margin is to be able to pay your bills. Like, maybe that's what you do, like, after we've grown the store to the maximum that we can possibly grow it, and the game is pretty much done, then we set our prices to, just barely keep the profit. Or just barely be able to pay everybody for their labor. Yeah, no profit. Turn into a not-for-profit. That'd be a really good final episode of this series. GTFO Mart goes non-for-profit. Not-for-profit. Worker-owned, not-for-profit. But boy, talking about that chest really winded me. Need to catch my breath. Let me clear my throat. Aha, aha. This is looking like a light order day. Weird what a light order day has come to look like. Kind of crazy. Two of those. One of you. And one of you. Oh, no. Two more products I can fit in my cart. Picking up from the toilet paper. Okay. And now we'll do the produce. Okay. And that's the orders made for the day. And now I can rearrange my stock room a little bit here. See how this needs to come together. First thing, we're just going to move it down. The less that we make in terms of changes of like what's next to what, the easier I'll be able to actually remember where we put things. And I can still help with stocking. Damn it. Why are you like this? Yeah, you should be able to be like a lot closer. Hell with it. And you're still like refrigerator stuff. But here's something to consider. I can now move my alcohol to this side. But I do kind of still need some room for new product. So maybe the beverages don't end up going there. Or I could like rotate the beverages to be along the back wall. This is just overflow. That's right. And these three for beverages is fine. Produce is going to move down. How do I want this to be, actually? Hell is that? Condiments. This is all cleaning. Okay. Here's an idea. Finally get proper separation. God damn it. And I'll have to move that produce. Stop walking through my computer. So, out of my face. We're gonna get more fruit and veg in eventually. So, if I tuck you like that, and then an empty one between them, and then veg is over here, fruit is over here, and then we'll have like 4 more slots for veg, or for fruit, and 4 more slots for veg. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah. So I need to order some more racks, too. Oh, with the balls and the shit. Over there. Over there. Over there. Over there. Spread the word. Over there. Spread the word. Spread the word over there. Don't get this too close, because I need to fit one in. But, furnitures. Let's get some racks. And I'm still just sticking with small racks. I'll buy 2. And I will just buy them, too. Not gonna wait. Yeah. So, first things first. You go there. Let's get you tucked. Good. Now fruit and veg, and that gets me the space that I need to, yeah, keep it in a similar place to where you had it before, so that your brain doesn't explode. And in fact, what's the next license that's got produce in it? Avocado, banana, grapefruit, pumpkin, papaya, chlamydia. Clementine. That's, wow, for $20,000. Wow. But so, I'll call avocado a veg. I think it's a fruit. But a veg, fruit, veg, even though it's pumpkin, and then fruit. It's mostly fruit. That should be fine, though. Because we've got all the space in here. It just means that there's maybe. Maybe what you do is you future-proof. Okay? You future-proof it. And I set it up so that there's a whole nother thing for fruits, and there's a whole nother thing for veg. And then this is my produce section. And honestly, this is smart. I could even have a third. Because what we probably need more of is the melons and stuff. Because there's only a couple of melons in any one of these, you know. So I stack these up with, I buy 4 at a time, but even 4 at a time isn't much. So having this whole thing for extra things that need extras like that. Everything here is something that is big and you need to buy extras of, and so it's doubled. And then we've still got room for fruit, new fruit, and then this is all for new veg, and there's no veg that need that, but eventually we'll have pumpkin, and pumpkin will need double, and yeah. That's a good plan. So that's all produce. There's one more space at the end here for something. And then I want this wall to be all freezer and fridge stuff. And the way that works out right now is we've got seafood, and then I just threw some shit that was extra in there, and it's kind of mixed in weirdly, but it's supposed to be seafood, meat, non-seafood meat, boxed and bagged and that kind of weird stuff there. And then we got pizza and fries, so kind of unhealthy, and cheese. Yeah. Cheese, pizza, fries, all the high-fat, high-oil stuff. And then here is my dairy. And then we've got beverages, non-alcoholic, and then over here is alcoholic. The thing is, I need new space. So if I move the alcoholic over here, I don't have new space. Unless I use this side as well. Which makes me think, what if it was like fruit and veg, if they were like across from each other? If I move the whole thing down so that it's fruit, fruit, walk through space. That's a lot of work for whatever. I need a new rack. Liquor can just stay there. It can just stay there. Give me 2 more racks? I've got the room for them. And I've got the money. So sure. Spent $800 on racks and $3 grand on expanding storage today. Oh, don't even. Don't even, though. What if you didn't even? How much gap do we need? Yeah, we can get that back. Son of a bitch. We can fit this. I just gotta be a stickler about every millimeter. I need to be able to see the lines. Damn it. Okay, that's better. Curses. Okay, I think that's better. I should be getting more and more space on the right side of all my placements here. That looks good. Okay. You bastard. You bastard. Yeah. That's still not enough. I can see that that's not enough. Boy, it's really goddamn close. Wow. Wow, though. Wow. So then... You bastard. It doesn't matter that much. That's storage space there, I guess. I guess we're doing this. Which gets that guy in, and then honestly you could turn. Wider walkway. If I were to put the computer somewhere else, I could get another one here. Like if the computer were here now. And there's room for another thing. Okay. That's an organization. We got 2 more racks that we could fit in here. this is just overflow, right? It's just overflow. And I can't explain why in God's name I have potato overflow there when I've got an empty space right with the potatoes. And then we got chips. Are you both chips? You're both chips. So, sure. And then there's some milk overflow. Got all this extra garlic that we don't have room for, so it's gonna go there. I got it, guys. You can stay out there scratching your ball. I got it. You're not holding any boxes? Okay. Alright, so we've got the reorganization of the structure, but now we need to actually reorganize the products, is the thing. Also, I now have like a corner where I can tuck these things that keep getting moved. They're in the way. Don't do that. Who asked you to do that? I didn't tell you to do that. Stopping balls and damn. Stopping balls and damn. Oh right, we got a category sign in. We were gonna put for where were we gonna put this, Jamasian? We were gonna put it somewhere. There's poopies there. I think we need to identify that these are the cleanies. And it seems as though it could just be this. It's in a corner, right? Maybe we 45 degree it. Maybe even a little bit less than 45. Maybe 30 is what it wants. No, that's the right thing. It's just a little bit more to the left, maybe a little bit more forward. And how do we do these? Red with black text. I clicked on it. Oh, I see. Cleanies. Oh, God. So there's some poopies, and then there's cleanies. We got boring, crack, baking, dirty food. In fact, this should just be, I think crack is a little bit too specific. Drugs and baking. Because, yeah, there's caffeine. There's a drug. Sugar is as addictive as a drug. The chemicals that are in all of these products are probably drugs. Tea is also caffeinated, so that's a drug. Honey is just bee heroin. I think we all know. Peanut butter is what you rub on a portion of yourself when you need to convince the judge that you're crazy so that he doesn't convict you of the drugs you've been using. So this is the drugs and baking aisle. And then we've got dirty food. That's not right anymore. That's dirty food is here. Dirty food. Because it's, grown in dirt. It's dirty. Dirty food. Yeah. And then there's insensitive. Insensitive was, I think, that used to be the alcohol section. So, but now it's just beverages. Maybe drugs too. There's a lot of caffeinated stuff over there. This is actually this is what this is. I just realized. This is the light switch section. The whole section has had to be built around the light switch. Just gonna move that a little bit closer to the right in front of the camera so that we can't catch anybody now. Actually, it is kind of blocking the view of the camera a little bit. We'll move it down just a touch. Here you go. So the light switch is right over there, and then the porno. I think this should. We don't need to hyphenate it. It's cow porno. It's cow porno. There you go. Because there's milk and beer back here. It's just dirty, dirty girl. And then this is the poopies. Poopies, cleanies, dirty food, drugs and baking. Yeah, I think we got it. I think that's nailed. We nailed it. It is nailed. It's been nailed. This is how you nail. The hammered the nail. Something nail. I don't, you know? But, I don't know about that. Right? Because this is closer. Closer to the milk, anyway, on that side. And then we've got potatoes, and then instant potatoes. And then we could move the chips over there, too. And then, like, this would just be the potato section. At least potatoes go with produce. The instant potatoes just didn't have any... And there's no other place in the store where it makes sense to have instant potatoes. Maybe with the baking and the drugs. But then I think I'd have to move the condiments. Condiments. You were arranging the back... Alright, let's just have a day of making money. Because it's been a little bit too much of my time. Yeah. Working back here. But I do need to, like, rearrange stuff, so it's going to be moving, like, this random stuff. I need to reorganize this in a way that makes sense. Seafood, meat, boxed food, frozen, freezer, refrigerator product. I feel like this could probably go in there, too. Boxed and bagged freezer stuff. That's pizza. That's ice cream. So we want to get all our pizzas and all our ice creams and all of our box stuff together. What else is here that can move? Your green peas. Your more boxed stuff. This stuff could go somewhere else. Hummus and tuna, just, they don't go necessarily with the freezers. Their refrigerator and everything else is freezer. So that justifies moving them somewhere else. I was also curious whether or not I could increase my graphics settings again. Let's try, because it really has felt like buttery smooth, and I feel like they might have done a little bit of update here. So let's try going up to medium. We used to run it high, then they patched the game with the whole city around us, and we had to go down to low to get decent gameplay. Did those rogue trash items disappear? Asked Jermasian. And they were collectible. They patched the game. And when I came back in here, I was actually able to collect them. This still feels buttery smooth so far. Maybe not buttery smooth, but it still feels like a 60 plus frame rate. I'm okay with it, but we'll find out when we get a whole bunch of customers in. That's when things are gonna back up or not. The rack is full. My rack. Shut up. Yeah, still feels good to me. You guys let me know how it looks to you on the live stream, but this is certainly playable at medium. And we got some shadows back. Did we get some shadows back? We didn't get any shadows back. No ambient occlusion. No shadows. But we increased the texture size, I guess. There's more texture resolution for all the products. Like, you can read that it says elbows now, I guess, is what we got out of that. Outside, the shadows improved as well. Although, they now move in a very digital way. But they have They're less... They're more detailed. Go for full power. Are you sure, Lord Pawn? Buckle up, we're going black. We could try just jumping up to high. If we manage to sustain that, then we'd know something. Let's just stick with medium. Because it's a little bit choppier already. It's definitely fewer frames. We probably went down from 120 to 80, dipping to high 50s, low 60s. How it feels to me. Hearing a shoplifter get beaten with a bat often just made me laugh. Ah! Just in here, yeah. In your grocery store. Okay, you go fast. I'll open my register just in case. What are we not stocking, guys? It's not garlic. What is this? Onions. Oh, he's got them. Oh, good. 3 onions. Thank you. Thank you for bringing the onions. I will help. That's how you do the onions. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to do this. And take out, like, half of them. Because that will, like, end the onion. Oh, you just grabbed more onions. Well, suck my balls. Whoa, all the potatoes for you, huh? 92 cents. Do I have time to make 92 cents? I did. I considered just throwing $1 at him and saying, "Get out of the line!" 19 cents. Get out of the line! Pay with credit next time, it's faster. For me. Holy God, ma'am. Why do you need all this bleach? Where is your what did you do to your husband? Hmm? By the way, we have a sale on lye if you need that. Like making the accusation and then being like, I don't care as long as you buy the materials you need to dissolve the body from me. 18. Leave with your 1875. Get out! Alright. That's... Oh, actually, I might need to keep that open. Eventually, I expect in this game for, like... If you open a new register... and the lines are backed up, I expect for people to, fight each other in the aisles to get to the open register.
All those potatoes are for the professor so he can run the radio when he gets stranded on the desert isle.
Oh, that's a Gilligan reference for you kids in chat. Gilligan was a character, CDs were, they were, and records, this one, silly. Leave. Holy God, with all the beer. A man in a suit like yours shouldn't be buying that much beer from the local bodega. Actually, I think that was Clark Kent. Superman's blowing off some steam on the weekend. Now I'm closed. How you doing over there? You're fine. You don't need to be juiced. Medium was fine. I didn't notice it all day long. I stopped thinking about it, and it never popped up in my head. It's definitely a smoother frame rate at low. But, you know, this looks a little nicer. And that kind of encourages me to probably not... Oh, we need another light. It's probably not even try high, because the frames... I can already feel the frames a little. So, high might work, but I don't want to feel any more frames than this. No, furniture was right. Put a light. Not a spotlight, a regular light. Just one for the section back there. Okay. CDs are these things that PlayStation 1 games are on, right? Yeah, weirdly they have a black... That's funny to think that would be the reference point for something like that. And that you'd think, oh right, and CDs were like black, right? No! No! That was a security measure to keep people from being able to duplicate the games. Which, on the PlayStation 1, wasn't it just you could, like, put in one of the real PlayStation discs, and then start up the machine, and then after a second, like, pull out the real disc and put in a fake disc, and it would have done its security sensor sweep, and so you could still play pirated games? Sega Genesis. Those were cartridges. I had a Sega Genesis. My dad had a Sega Genesis, so we had a Genesis. He bought it for me, but it was at his house, which I only came to on the weekends. And I don't think he ever really got into playing. He tried to play some of the sports games that he bought, but I don't think he ever really played it, like, without me around that much. He probably tried a couple of times and got a little bit of fun out of it, and then was like, I'd just rather watch sports instead. But I believe on the Sega Genesis we had, like, Tecmo Bowl or something like that, where you were playing football as robots. And wow, that game, I don't think we ever understood how important it was to, like, upgrade your quarterback to a titanium skin or something like that. Like, it was basically necessary to make certain upgrades, and if you didn't figure that out, you never really realized how to play the game. You can also do that to bypass the region locks, says Mephistopheles. On the old PlayStation 1, you just swap them. You put one in. People just used to, like, run their PlayStation without the lid on or something like that. You could just sort of wedge something into the switch that told it the lid was down. I don't know. You could just swap shit in and out real easy. Alright, ground beef, potatoes, and honey. Ground beef. Potatoes. $5. And honey is $9.75. Okay. Now I would like to finish the organizing after we place our order, and this could be probably the last day of the live stream. Last in-game day. Because tired, I'm a little winded.
Yeah, let's drink until our hearts stop.
Been here for 4.5 hours already. Thank you, Jermason. I will have a sip. Okay, I left off on the cheese. I did order the cheese. Milk and cake and candy. Chocolate bars. I should also say my sleep schedule has been falling more and more out of whack. And so these live streams have been starting a little bit late, and I would just anticipate if you're trying to catch these live streams, I would anticipate them starting, Thursdays and Sundays starting later than when we intend to do them. Because it's far more likely that my sleep schedule will keep getting later, awake until 6 a.m., 7 a.m. and stuff like that, then that it will reverse the other direction. So probably each week we're just going to start, live stream will be starting at 4 or 5 p.m. and then, we're gonna probably have to swing all the way around again. It's part of this condition I've got, this disease, myalgic encephalomyelitis, rotating sleep schedule. And this 3D course encouraged me to, honestly, I wouldn't blame the 3D course. I mean, it didn't help. But I would blame that I fucked with my medications. I started, waking up sore and being tireder and, probably just living with more background pain than I realized. And all that made for less... or for me, like sleeping longer because I was sore or something like that. But I would say that's when it started to fall off the rails. We went a real good long time here. I think we went a real good long time here with me actually managing to keep a human sleep schedule before it started to flip. And now what I have to do whenever it does start to flip, like the best way for me that seems to work out is that I need to lean into it and just try and stay up later, try and get it to wobble so hard that it snaps back into place, Alright, we're on beer lager. Wrap it right back around. So, keep myself up later and later every day. Works in Japan if I start later? Alright, well, ni hao, Ranma. It's Chinese. How are the taquitos over there? Just entirely wrong culture. Wait. So I need 2 of you. Yeah, and then I filled that. Did I fill that? Probably. You don't need to do that for pear. Yeah, 1 for pear. 1 pineapple. Okay, yeah. As a matter of fact, it'll be easier if I just keep that full and I always have 1 extra on the overflow shelf. That'll be easier to monitor. Oh. Right. As a matter of fact, it'll be easier if I just invest in stocking this all the way up and then just keeping... I don't know. It's not going to be easier anyway I do it. I fucked myself. And ain't that the truth. 2 of these, 2 of those. Don't eat garlic anytime soon. 2 of you, 1 of them. The jelly donuts are nice. How do you feel about, Japanese dessert stuff? There's a lot of, what do they call that? It's rice. It's glutinous rice. A lot of glutinous rice in their desserts, and it's a weird texture if you don't happen to like it. But also, I think I find it, bland. A lot of it is just bland. I mean, Americans, our desserts are, crazy sweet. But I feel like it's not about just a lack of sweetness. There's a lack of flavor to a lot of the things that I've had as And you know what? It might even be that I'm thinking more of Korean desserts because I have more experience in Korea than I do in Japan. I never went to Japan, but so I have more experience with Korean food, and I found Korean desserts were a lot of gelatinous rice that was a little bit just blandish. Haven't had anything with that in it, at least that you've noticed. Is that what it's called? Gelatinous rice? It's just, rice. It's not gelatinous. Not, is it gelatin? It's rice that's been processed and ends up being like, it's a weird ass concept. I can't even describe it. It's a weird ass concept. It's umami. No, it's not. Organizing. So, we got beverages there. Let's try and work this out. I think I still want my dairy on the end. You with the dairy. I think I got a plan here. Cool, thank you. So you move down. There's a Philadelphia sports bar in Tokyo. Really? Been there a few times. Is it anything like the States? Or is it a kind of campy version? Is it what Japanese people who've never visited the States think America must be like? Or is it actually, is there some genuineness to it? Unironically, one of the best cheesesteaks I've ever had. It's legit. Okay, cool. Because, the American version of a lot of Japanese stuff is how Americans want Japanese stuff to be, I think. So I was saying, I can get rid of these and put them somewhere else. Somewhere else, like. And make more room for my boxed meals and things. I'm going to move my bagged vegetables to the bottom. And then over here, that's pizza, that's ice cream. This is a bagged veg. And you're supposed to be over here because you're seafood. And then we've got the pizza and the ice cream that I want to get into one thing all by itself. So we got pizza. And then I've got an ice cream. So if I move the ice cream, I can get the 3 pizzas together. That's I grabbed ice cream. You're the pizza. Okay, 3 pizzas, and then cheese and french fries. Although now maybe the french fries and the potato things could go together. Which would probably mean that's a better place for the pizza. Easier to see. And then the ice cream could go with the french fries. The 3 kinds of ice cream. So you, and then potato bites, and then ice creams could be high. Okay, seafood, meat, boxed and bagged, foods, freezer and refrigerated foods. And then we got our couple of refrigerated canister foods. We got fries. I want the potato bites, ice cream. So, is there where's the other kind of ice cream? Future-proof the storage by looking at future licenses. I at least did that for this. No. I can't. I can't. I won't. I can't. I mean, I'm spreading stuff out. So this has got to be better for us in the long run. Got to be better for us. The pizzas. cheese, pizzas. Neat. And then potato bites. Where the fuck would I have put potato bites? With the potatoes. Yeah, it was a weird I need to thing. And here's the potato bites. And so potato bites will go with French fries. Is there anything else that's been... I mean, there's just some weird misorganizations over here. Let's see where you're supposed to go and get rid of that overflow shelf. Chips. You're that kind of chips. I no longer need that overflow. The powdered milk is what we've always called it, even though it's not that. Supposed to go over there. And I can get rid of the shelf. And then these chips. I don't think these chips have a spot. What are you? Your beer. Ah, so it's these chips shouldn't be with the alcohol. And can I put them with the potatoes? We got condiments and potatoes are currently together. I have 3 condiments. I have no other place to, like, put them. Are all of the racks of alcohol taken except for one? Yes. And this is all cleaning. So, these chips just do not have a home, really. You know, with the potatoes. But then these chips being there is weird. What I need is to not have so many potato shelves. How many potatoes do I shelf right now? Let's give more room to potatoes. Honestly. No, don't. Alright, you've convinced me to give a whole shelf. It goes like that. You fuckers. I was gonna... Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Stop. I was just gonna move them. Prick. It just doesn't make any sense. So, if I move the 3 condiments, this becomes like all sugar. I could move 2 sugars, like it's 3, and then I could move that over there, and then the condiments go over there, and then this goes here, and it's a lot of work that I don't want to do. Right now, anyway. Yeah, you tried to fuck me. You tried to fuck me. There you go. So now the idea is I don't need all them shelves for potatoes because I'm storing so much out there. And that means I can now move the potato chips over there. And honestly, like how many I store? Yeah, put more out there. Can you get a whole box out? No, you're gonna have one left over, huh? Yeah, there's one left over. If that box comes back, you need a place to put that box for now. But I could go down to just 2 in the back room, and that's 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. That's kind of what I try and stock, but having a little bit more is a good idea. Alright, no, we'll keep 3. 3 is good. My 2 chips are there, my condiments are here, that's fine. That works for now. And we've got a little bit of storage kind of in all of the places. You know, we got the seafood is next to the meat. If we had meat overflow, we could go in that direction with the meat. Then we've got meat. Then we've got ice cream. It's not ice cream. This is all boxed foods and stuff. I'm going to put you there. And I'm going to move you up. So boxed and bagged, freezer, refrigerator stuff. And then we've got ice cream up top, followed by potatoes, shit, and then the weird, and it makes sense. Cheese, pizzas, yogurt, butter, this is dairy. And then beverages, non-alcoholic beverages. Okay. Are we, like, all stocked? Did I place the order before I did all that? I did, and I said this was going to be the last day. Let's pay our bills. Okay. And so today our main, like, improvement... Oh, wait. Yeah. Our main improvement here was just upgrading the storage facility. And then next live stream, we'll have the money needed to, we'll get the money together to buy into yet another goddamn license. And we've got enough storage that we'll be able to make it work, whatever we choose to buy, which has got to be the 12.5. Whatever's 12.5, we have to buy it. In fact, let's have a look and see what's coming up. Management. Licenses. These are 20 grand, so this is 12.5, and it's cheese, cream? Glotted cream? What the fuck is the pasta... Penne? We already sell penne, don't we? And then Uncle Tony's it's rice. And then sugar, more fucking sugar, and another kind of yogurt. So we're gonna end up with a whole rack dedicated to cheese. Right? Because our cheese rack is currently cheese and pizza. And we're going to get 2 new kinds of cheeses, and so the pizzas would have to move somewhere else, and I'm glad I'm not the pawn on Sunday. I'm glad I'm Thursday's pawn and not Sunday's pawn. I don't have to worry about that shit. Open the store, okay? The store is open. Fat people in tight jeans, get in here and get your pudding. And thank you for shopping at GTFO Mart. Here come the fat people in tight jeans. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. If your girl starts acting up, then you bring her friend. I think is Dev having a... Do you think the dev is having a hard time coming up with items to sell? Well, I have 9 types of sugar and one kind of shampoo. No bar soap. So, yes. No. I don't know. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. Like, you make choices, and it is a little bit weird what choices have been made. Why we have so many kinds of sugar? Why, who did this? Whose idea was this? Powdered sugar, brown sugar, regular sugar? And then I don't know what kind of sugar this is. You know? It's like, the point isn't that there are a lot of types of sugar that stores sell. I mean, I got 3 kinds of flour, 5 types of sugar. It's odd. I don't know. 3 types of coffee. And it's just weird that there's singles like, and potato mix. I don't know. I don't know what different choices I would have made, so, you know. I think I would have stopped at 4 fucking types of sugar, though. That I can be confident in saying. I wouldn't have kept going. Spices, canned goods, oatmeal, frozen dinners. We got some frozen dinners. We've got lasagna and the moussaka. And we got this egg and ham dish, I think is what it is. Because it's, yeah, it's, jambon. It's some kind of French egg and ham. Or no, cheese and ham. That's it. It was cheese and ham. It was fromage and jambon. Je voudrais une omelette au fromage, jambon, au jambon. Au pour besoin, verde rouge. Une bière. Un bière? Un? I don't know if un is right. Ouais. Sauces? Yeah, sauces would be, you know, you're selling these noodles. You gotta have some sauce. You gotta have some sauce if you're gonna sell the noodles. I'm just clicking your ear. Hotel, motel. No, it's motel, hotel, holiday inn. If your girl starts acting up, then you bring her friend. I don't know if those are exactly. A hip, a hop, a hibbie to the hip, hip hoppy. Don't stop, you rock it to the bang bang. You say up top, boogie to the rhythm of the boogie to the beat. I stuttered over a bunch of that. 80? Is it 80? It's 80. Can your store be fully automated? Yeah, I could buy a janitor to do this. I could hire the cat checkout boys. I could get another one of these guys. I could everything but the ordering, apparently. I would have to do the ordering still. But it's all somewhat theoretical. 5 boxes of dishwasher. Dishwasher tablet is so expensive, so this is a pretty good deal. So, I mean, you saved me $100. It's a lot of back stock. And they don't all fit on shelves or anything. So you'll be over here now. Somewhere. Shit. Yeah, shit. Wait. Is it doubled? It is doubled. Alright. We've even got, like, some storage for it. Neat. Did I leave my register open? No. Oh! Oh, okay. I did. And I thought no, and so I clicked the button and that kicked somebody out of my line. Customer is waiting for help. Keep waiting. Alright, that's me. They're calling me. God, you're tiny. You are a tiny little man. Look at these 2 men back to back. Look at them. You're tiny, bro. You're tiny. Give me your tiny credit card. How did you lift that credit card, bro? You're so tiny. He's shredded tiny, though.
Dishwasher tablet crowdfunding.
Ren Phoenix, with a 1500-bit cheer. You're helping me buy dishwasher tablets? I don't understand. No. So that I can afford, so that our household can afford we use, what do we use? Thank you, Ren Phoenix, for the 1500-bit cheer. We've got a little, one of those little countertop dishwashers. Like they've got in Japan, Mephistopheles. Huh? Huh? Japan loves their little appliances, their tiny little, like, countertop appliances. We got a tiny little countertop dishwasher. And for 2 people, you run it once a day, and yeah, that's fine. Fine. And now, with your 1500 bits, we can buy a tiny countertop clothes washer. Anybody else have the little tiny thing? Like, that was so weird. Certain things pop up and it's like, wow, the world really has, like, changed. It truly is the future. Just because we got these little tiny dishwashers. Like, that's the most futuristic thing we've got in our house right now. You know? If you go to, in Korea, I mentioned Korea earlier, in South Korea, the air conditioners all being, like, in-room things that have a duct that vents to the outside that hang. That's something that, you know, started to make its way into the US, but when I went to South Korea, it was like I had never seen that before. It had not made it here at all with our boxy, ugly-looking window air conditioners, and it's just amazing how, like, you could see the spot where you could see all the holes in the building that they bricked up, where they used to have, like, permanent installations for those ugly hang out the side of the building things. So even when South Korea was running our ugly, you know, block air conditioners, they at least dedicated, like, whole fucking... They cut a hole in the building to do it. They didn't take a window up. And now everything's like the in-room air conditioner, which is pretty friggin' cool, except for they're less efficient, I think. You wash your dishes by hand? Animals. I used to enjoy doing dishes, you know, having managed a commercial kitchen. I started washing dishes and worked my way up, which was basically just stay in the Zen Center until everybody else is left and they have to give it to you. But I used to enjoy washing my dishes. I can't stand on my feet. And Lady Pawn has her own, like, back and knee issues as well, so she doesn't like washing dishes either, so that wasn't going to happen. But yeah, I think the in-room air conditioners are less efficient, though, is a pretty good argument against them. You know, unless you've got the condenser coil stuff, the compressor condenser stuff on the outside of the building, then the fact that you're pumping out the hot air, you're still generating the hot air in the room, so you're losing some of it to the room, and it's in the same space that you're making the cold, and so it's gonna be less efficient. So our ugly box window air conditioners are probably still the best form of air conditioner. Just like with refrigerators, people love their French door refrigerators with the freezer on the bottom. And guess that's what you're paying extra for. You're paying extra so that you can pay more electricity. That they are less efficient than a freezer on top, standard old single door fridge. Which is still less efficient than if we could, like, all get just accustomed to the idea of having, like, a floor refrigerator. You know, like a freezer. How you have, like, that, like these floor freezers. If you do this and just have it be a refrigerator, big old box, takes up a little bit more of your floor space, that would be the most efficient version of refrigeration and of freezing for anything. Because when you open the door on your fridge, of course, all the cold air just falls out, just and you know, then everything has to kick on and make more cold, do more heat pumping. But when it's this setup, and you know, it's got a lid on it, you open that lid, you lose almost nothing because the cold is heavier than the warm air, so it stays low. Usually just my utensils, so it's not really worth using the dishwasher. Yeah, I suppose being single in Japan, that if you're a single individual living single in Japan, then yeah, there's chopsticks and and a plate and a bowl. Although, you know, eventually if you're gonna be Japanese Mephistopheles, you got to start preparing like six course. You got to have breakfast where it's not even a lot of food, but it's 6 different things all served in 6 different bowls. You eat all of it, but you have to prepare it all separately, put it all into different bowls, bring it out, get your egg, and then your rice, and then your egg shaped like a teddy bear with a and then your little cut of fish, and then what is that? You got your nauta? Is that what it's called? You don't even eat breakfast? That's probably a good idea. The like fermented soy, weird, slimy. Yeah. Japanese breakfast is hard to get on board with, I think, as a Westerner coming to that. It's like, this is, none of these things are anything like what we do anywhere else in the world for breakfast. Natto, and I would never touch that. I would sooner shoot myself. Yeah. It's like slimy, fermented soybean curd. But I mean, people who have a taste for it, there's in various different cultures, there's like these versions of smelly tofu and slimy this and slimy that, and people who grew up with it are like, oh yeah, and people who didn't are like, you get away from me. You step away from me. I'm not responsible for what I do for you if you don't move back. I will. That was the end of the last day of this live stream. 5-hour live stream. About 2 products not found. Probably some vegetables didn't make it out fast enough. Back up to 11 grand after expanding our storage space here. Milk and rice have gone up. So, y carne y leche. Wait, it's it's milk and meat and cheese. In Spanish is so meat is carne, cheese 100% confident that if I tried to eat it I would puke my guts up. Root beer is kind of like that for the Japanese. They hate it unless they grew up with it, which most of them don't grow up with it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of root beer, but it's entirely tolerable. I mean, it's not even tolerable. It's fine. It's just I don't reach for it. I never like buy root beer. Root beer is almost like along with Verner's, right? With Verner's, it's like if I've been feeling sick or a stomach thing, I might grab one of those. But other than that, I just don't think of it. Update from the OS Lords. After October 14th, 2025, Microsoft will no longer provide free software updates from Windows Update, technical assistance, or security fixes for Windows 10. Hooray! Does that mean... Well, no, it won't. I was going to say, that would be wonderful if it means my Windows 10 installation would stop trying to install updates, but it won't. It won't. And I have killed the Windows Update service. It is disabled. I have turned off all of the Windows Update things that you possibly can, and this fucking thing still once a day pops up and is like, hey, there are updates that I can't download unless you do a wipeout and a reinstall, so I don't know why I've been harassing you for fucking years every single day. There's some medicine they have that has a similar taste to root beer, really? So they associate the taste of root beer with medicine and don't like it. I see. I mean, I get that. We got that, that chemical cherry flavor that they put in cough syrups and stuff like that can really turn you off of things that other people call candy. And you're like, oh, no. I associate this with illness and bedridden and sore throat. No. But yeah, natto. Natto is natto good. No, I've never tried it. I've just I've seen it and I've said that's something I don't think I need to try that. There's a lot of fermented stuff in Asian food. A lot of fermented stuff. And I gotta say, I like me some kimchi. It's some good fermented vegetables, possibly with fermented with a dead fish is the traditional way of doing it. I don't know how much that gets done. In modern, like over-the-counter sales, I would think that there's got to be some health issues with that. There's got to be some, too much potential risk for passing along a bacteria or something like that if you do it the old traditional way and then sell it. I would assume that you have to make that yourself, get it from a farm. You have to sign a waiver. But I have had traditional made kimchi with the fish, and I don't know if I noticed, really. I was told that it was traditional and it was made the traditional way. And then I had it, and it's not that it probably tasted different. I just don't remember. So I guess it didn't make an impression, is the thing. The only restaurant I've been to here that is willing to serve root beer is that Philly Sports Bar. Hey, there you go. Good to have something familiar roundabouts. I'm actually curious. Do you have non-Japanese contacts in Japan? Do you know people? That kind of thing. Just for the lost in translation value of the experience. I don't know. I don't know what it's like being in Japan. Cousin has lived here for 30 years? Okay. It's just such a foreign culture. Such a foreign culture. Such a distinct, unique, really weird to, to the rest of the damned world culture is what I think, is what I've been given to believe from various peoples and sources and things like that. I just hear about the formality of stuff, and then you watch anime and you're like, nah, they're having fun. They say, they're not all watashi. They're not all using the formal language all the time. And it's like, yeah, not in cartoons, but apparently, in 95% of interactions, yeah, it's pretty important not to say ore, but to say watashi. I don't know. I don't know for reals. I just have ideas based on ignorance. So let's just say them out loud. All right, that's it. We've come to the end of this live stream. GTFO Mart now has a bigger, larger storage space. We are ready for our next big license, which will be a bunch of types of cheese, apparently, and I can't even remember whatever else is in there. But the important thing is today we played a chess game. We watched a chess game that I played with my buddy Brandon via correspondence, via text message, and that's all that anyone ever asked out of life. Someone asked my Japanese teacher if they could use omae. Wait, no, you do OMAE, and I just don't. That's not. That completely throws off my romanji for you, and she was horrified. Really? Ore wa ore da. Oh my. Yeah, that's my romanji just goes straight to the E, I think. OME. And it's probably old and wrong. Romanji. The only romanji that, my only source for romanji is subtitles for anime that I've watched or something like that, right? And usually I watch the dubs, so I don't see... Actually, probably most of my exposure to romanji has been in song lyrics, because, the animes that I've loved have had such great friggin' soundtracks and stuff that I've learned Oreta oai subasa kimi wa sukoshi ao sugiru sora ni sukareta dake sa mou dareka no tame ja nakute jibun no tame ni waratte ii yo. And that's the Bleach opening, you know? That's the Bleach opening. Izen to shinobi oroko roku, chigawa ni tomoraru rozoku, nigiwa uba ni go dari shandari. They say chandelier at some point in there, and they say it like shandaria, and it's like, what? But that and like Naruto openings and OPs and EDs, they were just so fucking good. Jitensha, koite. In fact, how does that go? Kino skoshi kami o kita, iwanakari nadito, something. Daremo kisukanai daro kedo, nan kagetsu kabu no. I know a lot of like Japanese songs just by having learned how they sound, just completely phonetically. Yama no yo ni mieru, looks like a mountain to me, by Captain Strider. All right. We come to the end of the live stream. I'll see. We'll be back here this Sunday at probably like between 3 and 4 p.m. if I'm on it, because of my sleep schedule that's slipping. So yeah, maybe back here this Sunday, and we'll sing Japanese songs together. And you know, it's okay if I say the wrong word and it's not right and stuff, because, you know, the Pillows said Ora unji no labusta otonabi de, and you know what they just said? They said oranges lobster, and I don't know what a otonabi de is, but that was supposed to be English. Ora unji no labusta otonabi de. Supa unji no, I can't even remember, but Supaunji was supposed to be sponge. And why are they saying orange is lobster? The lobster is possessed by the orange. Ora unji no rabusta. Supaunji no, I don't know, hamster? I can't even remember. But so, Japanese songs have been butchering the English language forever. I can butcher the Japanese language too. I'll see you here. We'll butcher it together this Sunday at 4 p.m. Pawn out.